All right, everyone, I think we're all going. Live stream is on. Staff are in the room. Welcome to our special committee of the whole for the financial plan. This is the second of 3 planned meetings around financials. To kick things off, I'd just like to acknowledge that we're gathering and holding this meeting on the traditional territories of the Coast and Straits Salish peoples, specifically the Cownden people known today as the Songhees and the Esquimalt nations, and also recognize that their connections to these lands and their adjoining waters continue to this day. Up first, we have approval of this agenda, and we can have a motion to approve the agenda with the amended to include public participation as a special meeting. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. We move on to the minutes of March 2nd from the other committee of the whole. Going to move in a seconder for approval of those minutes, or be adoption. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Are there any corrections, changes, or amendments that people would like to see? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Mayor's remarks. I'm just going to, for the benefit of those watching or attending in person, although we have no general public here at the moment, this is the second of 3 planned meetings, and also follows the council priorities work earlier this year. You'll see some of those priorities in the financial plan. We are going to try tonight to keep the meeting under 3 hours, just out of respect for everybody's time, but we may go a little bit longer. We are not approving anything at this meeting. We are giving direction and making amendments and working on the financial plan as we walk through it. We have Mr. Paine here to do an initial presentation. We're going to walk through the section of the financial plan. We have an external budget that we have for approval from the Business Improvement Association. It's nice to see representatives here in person. For those at home that wish to address council on any matter of the financial plan, I will call probably around 7:30, 7:45 for public input, and we'll do that. I will also be calling for public input at the end of the Business Improvement Association's presentation, after council's had a chance to ask questions, as we allow that input as well. And with that, we'll then get to the rest of the departmental and hopefully through much of the capital planning work. So that's our process for tonight. We are meeting as committee of the whole, so it's a little less formal than a regular council meeting, and we'll have a bit of more opportunities as we go through to ask questions as we walk through it. So those conclude my remarks. Looking forward to the evening tonight. So up first, 5.1, we have the revised project backgrounders. A little background on this. This was met with some feedback at the last meeting, that there was some changes that wished to be asked for. We captured some comments. It was due to come to the council meeting on Monday, but staff worked on those, made some changes, and brought it back here. Again, either for recommendation of approval at the council or at the, or I guess we can approve it at this table, really, and that that will go into the financial plan as is, or if there's some more changes, we can capture some more feedback, and that can then go to the March 13th for further deliberation. So that's what we have in front of us here. Staff, did anybody wish to speak to the project backgrounder and the revisions that were made on this? Mr. Robertson?
No, I don't think I have anything extra to add. I'm happy to answer any questions that come out of it.
Short and sweet. Thank you. Ms. Williams, did you have your hand up? Nope, just stretching. All right, thank you. Are people comfortable with the wording as it sits in here at the moment? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just for purposes of discussion, I would move that this be approved, received and approved as presented.
All right, moved and seconded. Thank you. Any other discussion on that? No. Okay. Thank you. This will help move us forward, I think, pretty decisively in this term to get some work done. And I appreciate the efforts made to address the questions and concerns raised at the last meeting, so we don't have to do it on Monday. Shortens our meeting. All right, then I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Moving on to 5.2, we have Oak Bay Business Improvement Area presentation. I believe, Mr. Cowden, you're up first. Yeah, and Ms. Leary, so I think what I'll do is just, we can both come up, and you can introduce yourselves. And is there a presentation that comes with this on the screen? Okay. So we can bring up the presentation. And do you want me to introduce what the Business Improvement Association is, or would you like to do that?
We could, if,
That is fine.
I mean, I'm happy if you want to, but first thing we need to do, how do I turn this on?
Just hit the button. And if you just both state your names for the record, and then welcome to the meeting.
My name is Martin Cownden, and I represent the Oak Bay BIA, Business Improvement Association.
I'm Heather Leary, and I'm the Marketing and Project Manager for the Business Improvement Association.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here, and we're always grateful for the assistance and the help that this council, the municipality, the public works, all people involved, the staff, are so supportive of our efforts to improve the overall well-being of our business community in the Oak Bay Village. So I want to start with that and emphasize that, and to emphasize the parameters is from essentially Hampshire Road to Foul Bay Road. Just so you know, that's our mandate. That is our
I think you mean Monterey.
area.
Monterey to Foul Bay.
Monterey, sorry. I said Hampshire, Monterey. I was thinking Clive. We could go a little bit further than Monterey too. So, yes, so that's our area. So Heather has worked on the budget, and if you would have this already, I recognize you have that as a presentation. You also have in your possession a letter of introduction. And
We should speak to how we're funded.
we should speak to how we're funded, and we have done that in the past, and that's about, do you want to speak to it? Do you want me to speak to it?
So most of you are probably aware that we're funded by a levy on commercial property within the catchment area as defined by the bylaw. So we are funded by our 90 business members who are automatically members when they have their license within the catchment area. So as you know, it's not the public funding it through public money. It is the businesses that pay directly for our activities, and we are directly supported by business activities. We do appreciate working with the city and with the public on our various initiatives, but that's how we're funded.
Thank you for that clarification. We do have the budget in front of us. Is there anything you wish to highlight? You can do that, and then we can go to any questions.
Well, I think the point of highlighting is us turning, spinning straw into gold or something like that, because a couple of years ago when I came before council with ask for a small incremental increase, we're in days when there was no inflation, and we have seen inflation and the costs of everything rise so significantly. Heather has done a masterful job of managing this budget and continuing to build and improve on what we do in our village with all the various presentations and events. It will be a tight budget. Not a lot of excess.
But we can do it.
We can do it, yeah, we are confident.
We are lucky to have the long-term support of many of our suppliers. So because we have that long-term relationship, we've been doing events in Oak Bay for over 2 decades and some smaller events before that. So we do benefit from that. Otherwise, this wouldn't be possible to do what we do. But it takes a community to make it happen, so.
Great, thank you very much.
We're happy to be back to our regular roster of events. So all of the events that we've produced in the past are back in the last couple of years. So we're pleased to be able to produce them all, bring them to the community. So we have a full year of events planned.
Fantastic. And we do have a couple of council liaisons that support the BIA, but I just want to make sure people at home who don't know, their BIA is responsible for putting on things like the Spring Nosh, the Village Light Up, the night markets that happen all summer, music on the avenue, all those things that liven up the trick or treat on the avenue, yes, which is extremely popular. These are the things that liven up our business center on the avenue. So if people wonder how those get organized, this is the organization that does that. Councillor Braithwaite and Green.
Thanks so much, Mayor, and I'm very happy to be the council liaison to the BIA, along with Councillor Green as the alternate. Oh no, Councillor Appleton as the alternate. Councillor Green's, yes, Councillor Appleton. It was Councillor Green before, so now it's Councillor Appleton. And I just wanted a reminder. You work on a 5-year budget term, correct? And it's $100,000 per year, correct?
So it's 500,000 for the 5 years. So our traditional methodology has been to break it into 5. If we were going to do a giant event and spend 20,000 extra, we would be 20,000 short for the last year. So.
Can you just remind me how you would go about increasing that budget? Because I know, as you've mentioned, that it's a very tight budget. So if you were looking at the end of, I think it's 2024 or 2025 that you come back to us to ask for your budget to be reinstated again. So can you remind me how much in the past you've been able to ask for an increase? Is there a set amount that you're allowed to ask for an increase, or is there not a set amount, and you might have an idea of what you might be coming for, just so we can give the businesses a little bit of a heads up?
So my recollection is that there isn't a limitation on the ask. There have been some times when there hasn't been any increase, and so we had an increase last time. We increased it by 20,000 for the full allocation, so it only comes out to 4,000 a year. Or no, yeah, 4,000 a year. Anyway, so we would come back, we would look at what would be a reasonable increase. So that could be 10%, it could be 20% of our budget as it currently exists. What happens is, I believe you approve that when the bylaw is renewed, that goes back to the property owners who vote on whether to approve an adoption of the bylaw or reject. So we haven't ever been rejected yet.
And then just one last thing. I know you talked a little bit about how you how the municipal workers are very helpful in some of the events that are put on, which is wonderful that the municipality can support in that way, because we do get a lot of benefit from that, from people from outside of the community and within the community coming to these events. But also you do look for trying to work with other groups within the municipality to help with the events as well. So for example, the tourism committee would come up, and I know that you've been in conversation with them as well. So thank you for working with and bringing together the Heritage Committee, the Tourism Committee, and things like that. So thank you very much for that.
We've worked with most of the committees.
Thanks, Councillor Braithwaite. Go ahead, Councillor Green, and then Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming, and it's good to see both of you. I just wanted to ask a question, and then I'll make a comment afterwards. But I know COVID was particularly hard for the BIA, related to a lot of the public events that didn't happen. Are there any lessons learned coming out of COVID for the BIA, things that might help inform you going forward in terms of any issues or things that you feel should be either resolved or addressed?
In terms of our event structure, or?
Yeah, event structure, yeah, the whole execution of public events in the village.
Well, so the number one lesson for me as an organizer coming out of the events was how much they mean to the community. So when we did the first market back in 2022, for 2 weeks, everywhere I went in the municipality, all I heard was, we're so glad the market's back. We just are so happy the market's back. Thank God the market's back. So we learned how much those mean to the community. Going forward, those events will evolve and change as community needs change, as the world changes. So we continue to evolve those kinds of events as we have over the last 2 decades. When we originally launched our events, the demographics in Oak Bay look very different. We've evolved those to be more family-oriented, more things for children, more interactive things as the community has changed and has responded well to that. So looking forward, in terms of our event plan, I mean, safety will always be an aspect we'll have to look at. I mean, we'll always have to look at the tenor of the day and say, what is happening? I mean, I think everyone's learned to deal with disappointment, change, being nimble with their events and their planning, because the world demands it of us now. So we would do what makes sense, if that makes sense for events, but recognizing that what people want out of what we do is to be able to come together, to have a vibrant village, to have businesses that are vibrant. And so through when we couldn't have events, we did information bulletins, and we did the kind of things where people could see how they could engage with their business, who's open, who's doing delivery, who's doing curbside, so that we could facilitate that engagement in the absence of events and face-to-face activities. So we'll look at that, and we'll continue to do those things so that our community benefits and our businesses benefit, and we have a vibrant village, right? So I hope that makes sense.
And my comment is that I think what you have shown us in spades, as many other groups have as well, and businesses, is the resilience. you are resilient and bounced back, and you're right. Those events mean a lot to the community and continue to be a real reflection of your commitment. So thank you for that as well. And for working with the Tourism Committee. I'm the liaison to the Tourism Committee, so yeah. Anyway, thank you.
I think one added comment I might make was that Heather was masterful in the pivot and continuing, you said information bulletins. We did advertising, we're open. There's these various ways to access services, whether it's curbside, whether it was delivery, etc. And we kept pushing it. It just seemed like so many places were closed and there was so much sadness around, and we were able, Heather specifically, was we're still here, we're still happy, we're still functioning. And it brought some life and liveliness to the village, and it kept on going. It was great.
Thank you for that. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, it may actually be a question more for Director Paine, but I'll address it at large, and then whoever can take it. But as a newcomer to the table, I'm just trying to understand a little better, not necessarily the content of the budget, but the fiscal mechanism and the budget process. So is it correct that you, in effect, set your levy to raise your budget? Is that how it works? You set a budget, we approve it, and then the levy is set on the tax bill and collected by us, the municipality, who then remits to the BIA, and that remittance would be once a year, but for a 5-year budget. So I guess I'm trying to understand that aspect of it a little bit, if somebody could explain.
Mr. Paine for that one. You might want to turn off your microphone so there's not a feedback loop.
Thank you, through your worship. That was a great summary. The only difference is that there's 2 grants or remittances to the Oak Bay BIA throughout the year.
Thank you.
So just to follow up then, why is it a 5-year budget envelope? You said you do a 5-year plan. Would that be subject to change at any point in the 5 years, or are you sort of stuck with that?
I'm going to let Mr. Paine answer that because it's really a technical one, how it's broken down. Go ahead, Mr. Paine.
Thank you, through your worship. The bylaw stipulates the ceiling, which is normally part of the petition process at the beginning of the BIA, because that's what's communicated to those that are part of or potentially part of the BIA before it's established, the expected costs of it and whatnot. So it can be amended. The bylaw can be amended, but there would be a process for that.
I think it's helpful to know this is a very specific process laid out from the province and for Business Improvement Association. So it's not something that we've invented or something. It's an allowance to essentially allow that pass-through to happen. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, and sorry, I know that we're in a time crunch tonight, so I'll make it really quick. Number one, because of the good work that you do on Oak Bay Avenue, I know that Estevan is now starting to try and do a few things in that area as well, so that's a wonderful thing. And I'm really hoping that one day soon we can bring the dance back that was on the avenue. What was it called again? The Spring Fling or something like that, or yeah. Yeah, and it was great because we shut down the whole street and there was dancing on the avenue. It was a lot of fun. So I'm hoping one day we can bring that back.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I don't see other... Just need to improve the budget, that's right. So we have the budget in front of us here. We don't approve things at this table, but if council is comfortable with moving this forward, a motion to recommend to council to approve it at the March 13th meeting would be appropriate.
I'll make that motion.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that? I'll just, on behalf of council and the whole community, thank you. The amount, for those who don't know, the amount of work that gets put in by Mr. Cownden and Ms. Leary is quite phenomenal. The sheer hours and the attention to detail, and they really do make a big difference to our community from a livability perspective. So we're very appreciative, and very appreciative of the businesses that fund it. Because it's not always a net benefit to each individual business, we know that, but it certainly improves our reputation and our desirability as a business location, absolutely, and the reputation in the region. So thank you for the work that you do to bring it all together. All right.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for the overall cooperation. It really is a community thing that brings people together. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And you're welcome to stay in the hall for as long as you want as we go through the various capital projects, but not where you're sitting right now. You have to go back into your seats, and we'll move on to the next. Yeah, thank you. We're going to come back to Mr. Paine.
Mr. Robertson's going to speak, and he and I have had many conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Cownden. Mr. Paine, I think we're handing it over to you. It's your show, and you're going to provide again a brief overview of the overall budget and where we're at, and some outcomes from last meeting, and then once we're through that, we'll get to the operating budget summaries of the pieces that we didn't get to last time. So, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll begin tonight with a brief overview of the budget process timeline, much like we did last week with some changes. So I'll probably move through the things that we went through last week at a faster pace. But I do go through it entirely for the folks that are watching at home, and it's always a good synopsis of their entire budget process. So I'll just put the my screen up on Zoom for those that are watching at home. We'll start. And again, we'll start with budget principles, the budget process and timeline, how the budget is arrived at, an overview of the expenditures that would be authorized under the draft bylaw. We'll talk about our asset management and reserves. And then today, what we're aiming to do is go through the community building and planning operating budget, as well as the engineering, public works, and parks, rec, and culture. Those are three meaty operating budgets. And then hopefully we can get right into our capital budget thereafter. And there's a number that we'd like to go through. I've got a bet on how far we'll get, but we'll see. We'll see how far we can get today. And then next week, presumably, we'll have some more capital budget things to discuss, and we'll wrap up and make sure that council's provided all the direction that council wishes to provide. So in terms of budget principles, just to talk about how the administration puts the budget together, first thing we do is we approach the budget from a service level approach. So we don't take a specific financial target. What we do is we aim to fund the service levels that council has either explicitly approved or implicitly asked us not to change. As I mentioned, staff do not adjust service levels without asking council. That's what we endeavor to do. And thus the financial implications of that show up in the financial plan in the form of forced growth. We ensure that funding sources are aligned. As a great example of this, council is aware of the grant that was recently approved to all municipalities in British Columbia, and that's a one-time grant, so it's not an appropriate funding source for ongoing operating expenditures. So you see some folks having conversations about the fact that municipalities now have access to greater funds, but those aren't ongoing. It's not an ongoing revenue source. So council should choose to use that funding for one-time or infrequent projects or capital nature. So that's an example of us aligning and recommending funding sources. Council can choose to diverge from that at some point. So you do see some municipalities using surpluses to fund next year's operating budget, but it inevitably results in a compounded tax increase as you need to reestablish those sustainable funding sources. For the projects that were approved in the 2022 plan, the assumption is that the funding continues into 2023, whether that project is partway through, not started at all, or was initially planned for 2023, that funding source stays in place in the 2023 budget. And staff rely on that certainty so that they continue operations through the year starting in January 1st and onward. The 5-year financial plan is in fact a 5-year financial plan, so the departments have worked hard to prepare their capital forecast for all 5 years, as well as operating changes that may occur therein. I'd like to emphasize with council that when approving this financial plan at the end of the day, that the years in it 2023 and 2024 are particularly important, as that will allow us to continue operations into 2024 when 2024 budget deliberations occur in March and whatnot. That would be a refinement budget. Staff endeavor to integrate life cycle costing into all decisions that are made here, or at least decisions that are asked of council, so council can see the full life cycle cost impact of their decision making. And as we mentioned, this financial plan here, it meets GFOA standards for transparency. It's not a legislated document that's required, but it facilitates budget deliberations with the community and with council, and it provides that accountability measure for staff in terms of quarterly budgets as well. So when we bring back Q2 and Q3 budget reports and forecasts, we use the same format that this financial plan has been prepared in. The actual financial plan bylaw is what the legal authorization of our expenditure, that's where that occurs. That's rolled up in a much higher level, and that high level doesn't provide the same amount of transparency or accountability that this document does. And lastly, we'd like to mention that all of the projections are made with long-term vision in mind. So we don't just try to forecast the impact of decisions on next year's budget, but how that will impact the operating budget in all 5 years of the financial plan and thereafter. So how do things appear in the financial plan? There's a question from Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you, just for Director Paine. Just stepping back to the service level approach, I have received questions about what formal or informal processes the district uses to ensure that the service level approach is meeting standards today rather than perhaps the past, and some of that is, of course, generated by deterioration in some of our infrastructure or other services that we provide, and comments by residents that perhaps there are areas where service level review should perhaps be more formally carried out, or how do the public participate in expressing any interest that they might have in contributing to that. So if perhaps just a brief discussion on what the staff approach is, how they approach it, and what input residents or council have.
Sure. Mr. Paine?
Thank you for the question, through your worship. I would say that most of our service level vision is really quite implicit, and it relies on the governance body indicating that there's a service level misalignment from what their expectation is versus what they see and hear. Now, there are some cases where staff specifically ask council for explicit service level direction, and I'll use the most recent example being the pool times. And so that occurs as well. And there are some internal documentation of service levels as we see it. We did that through COVID, for instance. We documented a lot of service levels. And I have seen municipalities have a very formal service level documentation. They bring that to council for formal endorsement. That hasn't occurred at the district. That would be a lengthy process, time consuming, something that can certainly be done, but would need to be prioritized amongst other priorities as well. And then lastly, I would say sometimes there's just simply regulatory requirements that forces us to change our service level. And we usually highlight regulatory impacts and service levels when we come to budget deliberations, because normally there's a greater than forced growth impact to the budget as a result of regulatory service levels. I'll use the Accessibility Committee as an example of a service level that's been required of us. Now, in terms of capital service levels, I thought that was an excellent question, because there's a perceived service level, served capital service level, and a functional service level, and they are different. So from an engineering standpoint, a sidewalk that perhaps is deteriorated aesthetically still provides the engineering function that was originally provided for 20 years ago. So if you ask the engineering staff, is it providing the same service level, they'd say yes. If you'd ask a member of the community who remembers the pristine shape it was in, they would say aesthetic, and aesthetics is a service level. It certainly is something. But with aging infrastructure, you can't avoid the aesthetic service level from deteriorating over time. This council has indicated support for a comprehensive asset management plan. In in that that work, capital service levels, both functional and aesthetic, would be defined as part of that. So that would be an excellent exercise to answer that.
Thank you very much. Please continue, Mr. Paine.
Thank you very much. So how do things appear in the financial plan? Firstly, they're through council approved service levels, so that's our operational plans. And then there's specifically directed council initiatives. That can result in an operating budget impact or just a project budget. And then there's staff interpretation of action needed to implement council endorsed plans. So a good example would be the facilities master plan, which doesn't have explicit instructions to staff as a result of that, or the urban forest management plan sets targets, sets objectives, and if council endorses that plan, staff brings forward the budget implications necessary to carry out that plan. So that in that case, it's not council specifically saying, go and create this department and this. It's council interpreting that plan that council has endorsed and providing the budget implications for that. Again, I like to emphasize that staff endeavor not to change service level without discussing with council, unless of course the service level change is legislated and we're required to do that. And that ensures that council council really takes credit for the vision for service levels in the municipality. So I'd like to remind folks that public input, is welcome at every stage. This is essentially achieves our statutory obligation for public input during the budget process, amongst other things. So public input is certainly welcomed at every stage of budget deliberations. When we prepare our financial plan, we try to start with an entire financial plan prepared for council to review in its entirety. And then we ask council to refine that through the budget deliberation process. And that that's less exhaustive than building the budget every single year from the ground up. And typically what happens from the ground up approach is you're layering on the tax increase and then you end up, you know, with your tax increase at the end, and whoever ended up presenting last, there's more resistance to that budget because the tax increases piled up. So in this way, council gets to see the entire budget process and can prioritize therein as the decisions are made. The downside, I would say the downside to that is it puts council in a position to ask us to remove items as we go through. And this is a particularly challenging year given the tax increase that's been proposed and the inflationary impacts of over the last year, because it puts council in the position of removing things from the financial plan if you so choose to reduce the financial burden that's been proposed. Whereas when you're building it on the way up, you're not being explicitly asked to tell us to remove things. During budget deliberations, we ask for council direction. We certainly take and hear input from council all throughout the deliberation process. We share input from council, their observations of the budget, and we respond accordingly. If there's a substantive change to the financial components in the financial plan, we need to hear that from the majority of council through a resolution. We will normally have several versions of the financial plan before the final one is before council for approval. All the noted changes on the versions will be noted at the front of the financial plan. That's for extra transparency. You're still working with version 1. I wasn't able to get the changes done, but hopefully you'll have version 2 for the third budget meeting shortly, and it will list all of the changes that have been changed. The objective for the timeline this year is to have another budget meeting after this one in March 17th. If council is satisfied with the budget as presented or they've given sufficient direction to us, then we will bring forward the bylaws for adoption in April and May. We do have time likely to have another budget meeting in April if need be. It just reduces our ability to to make any last minute changes if we need. Usually I try to budget my time so that we have an extra council meeting somewhere in the mix in case we need it.
Mr. Paine, I just want to point out that it is March 16th is our next capital budget. not
Thank
the
you.
17th.
Yes, thank you. March.
So for those watching at home, don't come on Friday night because we're not going to be here. Come on a Thursday. Thank you. You don't want to be doing this on St. Patrick's Day. This is not going to be, wouldn't be pretty.
Thank you for that, Your Worship. That's my daughter's birthday, so I can hang out with my daughter. And so in April and May, we do have a number of bylaws that are contingent on the financial plan bylaw, and that includes a number of tax rate bylaws, fees and charges bylaw as well. So I'll give a brief overview of the financial plan in its entirety. It would approve 5-year operating expenditures exceeding $260 million and capital expenditures exceeding $144 million. Just a reminder that it's a significant increase in capital expenditures as directed by council, a lot of that coming out of the SIR plan recommendations, as well as things like Humber Catchment and other things. $8.7 million of that capital expenditures would be grant funded. $50 million is proposed to be through borrowing, and $85 million is through reserves. In that time, we will have set aside maybe $50–60 million into reserves. So we're using $85 million in reserves. We're setting aside 60. So there's a net decrease in our reserve balance at the end of those 5 years. Of course, that only occurs if we execute on our capital plan to its fullest. That very rarely happens, but we are scaling up at a fast pace for capital expenditures in general. So just to discuss some of the financial challenges and risks to our financial plan that can change. Remember, the financial plan is essentially, its main function is to provide expenditure authority, maximum expenditure authority. It's not necessarily forecasted expenditures. We forecast revenues in the financial plan, but we budget to maximum expenditure authority in the financial plan. So capital expenditures is a prime example. This financial plan would approve $144 million in capital expenditures. That's the maximum expenditure authority. If you were to ask us how much we think we may spend in that, it probably wouldn't be $144 million, probably would be less than that. So there's a little bit of a difference in terms of that. So infrastructure replacement remains a risk to the financial plan. The SIR plan indicates that there's over $200 million in infrastructure that is overdue for replacement, and those are 2021 numbers. So not only do we have to find a way to keep up with infrastructure that is depreciating and reaching the end of its recommended useful life in this time frame, but also replace the infrastructure that has exceeded its recommended useful life. COVID-19, the lingering impacts of COVID-19 are still in our financial plan, what with our Parks, Rec, and Culture net revenue not getting back to pre-COVID numbers, as well as labor shortages, which can partly be blamed on COVID-19, as well as the inflationary pressures that have impacted the forced growth numbers as well. Workforce labor shortages are having an impact mainly on the district's ability to deliver the services. So workforce labor shortages are actually creating operating budget surpluses because we have vacancies. So it creates risk for your administration to be able to deliver on the services that are envisioned in the financial plan. The Fire Master Plan, which was recently reviewed by Council, has a number of unquantified financial impacts that have not been integrated into the financial plan. Council has asked us to go back and come back with those financial implications. And because it's speculative and because it hasn't been directed by Council, they haven't been integrated into this financial plan. Parks, Rec, and Culture financial performance we're going to discuss in greater detail in today's plan. There are some opportunities there, absolutely, but there remain some risks in terms of returning to pre-COVID financial performance. Inflation, we really see the impact of 2022 inflation in our 2023 budget, because we never anticipated the level of inflation that existed in 2022 when we were doing the 2022 budget. So we're really seeing a latent impact of that in 2023. That remains a risk, less elevator risk over the last couple of months. But Bank of Canada is keeping its target rate flat, so they believe that they're having an impact on inflation, and they do believe that inflation will eventually get back to its target rate of between 2% and 3%. Active transportation budget is something that we'll discuss in the capital plan, the engineering and public works capital plan. Maybe we'll get that today. Right now, council has directed staff to increase the funding for the active transportation budget, but what we haven't sought direction from council on is the funding source for that increase. So you'll see the active transportation budget starting in year 2024 in the draft plan being elevated from around $200,000 to $1 million. So that's an $800,000 increase. Right now we've integrated assumption that that's all grant funded because that has not impacted taxes that way. But we need to ask that question to council. How do you want to fund that? Do you want to fund it with grant? Like perhaps some of the new grant that was given to council? Do you want to fund it with reserve? There's $1 million in our capital works reserve for active transportation. Do you want to have sustainable funding for your active transportation capital budget, which means basically a tax increase, or a combination thereof? So that is a question that council will be asked today or March 16th. So you should be considering that. And the last thing that we'll mention in terms of a risk to the financial plan is in our capital plan, we have budget for the replacement of the public safety building as well as other buildings. Land acquisition costs are not considered in that, so I just want to make that clear up front. I'm not saying that land acquisition costs are necessarily necessary, but if we do need to acquire land, it hasn't been integrated into the budget as it stands now. Okay, so we'd like to give the 5-year tax increase forecast in the 5-year financial plan. Some of these numbers have been revised for several reasons. I have a question. Your Worship, there's a question from Councillor Smart.
Sure, and I think this is one that should start in 2023, shouldn't it? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there we go. So the forecasted tax increase for 2023 has dropped. We'll explain what the reason for that is, and council also asked for options to reduce the tax impact. So we'll go over that in the coming slides here. So what has changed in the recommended tax increase since the March 2nd? Police bargaining was recently concluded, and the 2022 and 2023 original forecasts, they were conservative. So that helped improve the tax increase that was required when I integrated the real and final numbers as well. However, we've increased the bargaining numbers for fire, as there's been some recent collective agreement resolved in other places that kind of lead the charge for. So you'll see that the 2024 numbers have gone up and 2023 numbers have gone down. We've also removed $50,000 from a staffing request from the Parks, Rec and Culture department. So that original request was $95,000. It's now down to $45,000, and there's a labor relation reason for that. So I haven't disclosed the specific details there. So overall, this is what you're looking at in terms of the recommended tax increase to maintain existing services. Forced growth being the main factor there at 6.5%, your infrastructure funding at 2%, and then new staffing at 2.54%. So that results in 11%.
Can you just fix those numbers again on this slide?
Thank you. Attention to detail. There we go. You'll notice in the 2024 to 2027 range, there's significant costs integrated for debt servicing. Debt servicing is something that could be funded from our infrastructure reserve stream. So we're sending money into our reserves. You could divert that for debt servicing if council chose to do that to reduce the tax impact in the future. But that would result in lower reserves at the end of the 5 years. So it's a policy choice you could make now. And ultimately, you know, if the reserves get too low, you have to take on debt anyway. So it just kind of forces the financial impacts at the end of the day. So council had asked at the last meeting if there was an opportunity to provide a bit more explanatory information about forced growth so that the community could be made aware of what that is. There is some good detail on page 23 of the financial plan, and it's defined in the glossary, but staff are also planning, time permitting, to provide some exhaustive detail in Appendix E of the financial plan, which doesn't exist right now. So you've just got a placeholder for Appendix E. Essentially, that would demonstrate forced growth by cost object. So how much is the cost going up by salary? You know, how much is the forced growth being impacted by salary impacts? How much is it materials and supplies? How much is it contracted services, et cetera, rather than by division. So right now, the budget is presented by division. You've got an increase to the fire department budget. You get an increase to the corporate administration budget, but you don't know the specific cost objects that are driving that. So this extra detail, typically we haven't provided it because we've been more comfortable with forced growth numbers, but this extra detail would provide a bit more transparency and hopefully comfort to the community in terms of the reality of the financial impact of inflation and other forced growth impacts. Some of the components for 2023, as I remind folks, municipal wages are up 5%. QP was, for 2023, was a 4% increase for 2023. But because 2022 increases were underestimated in the 2022 plan, that's compounded the increase necessary for 2023. So that's why we're saying 5% there. Natural gas has gone up 20%, and that's just the unit rate for natural gas, let alone how much we're consuming. Equipment costs are up 10%. That includes insurance, gasoline, repairs and maintenance, and supplies of supplies. All those put together, but it is a 10% increase. And what we do is we take those equipment costs for our equipment pool and we charge that out to the different divisions. So if the Parks Department is using a vehicle, they get charged for the equipment cost for the amount of time they consume there. And so you see that increased cost, the equipment costs, reflected in really all of the department budgets. They're intertwined there. Our liability and property insurance are going up between 12 and 15%. And that's been, had nothing to do with COVID. That was happening before COVID, and continues for a bit there. And we've been slowly increasing our legal costs. I wouldn't say that's necessarily a forced growth. That's just a recognition that we've had a insufficient legal budget for a number of years, and we've been trying to smooth that increase by increasing it 15% over several years. So council had requested that staff bring back a couple options, a myriad of options for tax decreases for 2023. So this is what we've proposed here. As mentioned in the March, the last budget deliberation meeting, we are expecting some non-market change revenue, so that's new property tax revenue from new buildings. We can choose to offset our tax increase this year by using that, and that would be what I would consider an appropriate use of those funds, because if you're using it to offset increased staffing that's used for the same service level, then that's in line with the principles for what non-market change is appropriate for. Previously, we've used that to beef up our infrastructure transfer reserve, because also our infrastructure renewal is a result, increased need to renew our infrastructure is also as a result of growth. So those are both appropriate uses. So if council uses this, you could use it to offset the increased staffing requests, and you reduce the tax increase by 0.41%. That brings down your tax increase to 10.65%. Second option, and this is cumulative, keep in mind, so every option that I add here accumulates to the decrease. We do believe that there would be good rationale for adding additional building permit revenue to the forecast. We've forecasted about $900,000 in revenue. The last 2 years, we've exceeded that amount. So it's not, it wouldn't be inappropriate to increase that by $50,000, and that would really reduce your tax impact by 0.17%, bringing your recommended tax increase to 10.48%. There's some risk there. CFOs, we like to be conservative when relying on on revenue increases, because if they suddenly dry up, then we have to increase taxes as well. But so there's just a little bit of risk there. Option 3, council could choose to delay $150,000. I just chose that number. You could really choose to delay however much new staff funding, or you could just decline to increase staff funding. I chose $150K just for demonstration. So if council choose to delay funding for $150,000 from this year to next year, then you would see that tax increase fall below 10%. Now keep in mind that the 2024 financial plan, so that column in the financial plan already includes unallocated additional staff funding to the tune of $150,000. So if you did this, you would basically offset that in 2024. You could stack it, but what we're suggesting here is you actually do not increase staff funding by $150,000 this year. Instead, that goes into 2024, and what was previously unallocated funding would be allocated to the staff increase that are being requested this year. It's kind of a convoluted set of sentences. Would anyone benefit from me repeating that? Yes. Yes. Okay. So essentially, in the previous slide here, you had a predicted tax increase of 9% for 2024. In that tax increase, there was an unallocated $150,000 for new staffing. So what we could do if council chose is basically decline $150,000 in this year's budget and instead fill that gap with next year's unallocated funded of $150,000. It would eliminate the CAO's and senior leadership's ability to January 1st create new staffing, because remember, you're approving funding for all 5 years. So next year we would have no unallocated staffing funding available to respond to emerging needs. We would have to wait until council deliberations happen in 2024.
Councilor Watson?
Thank you. Just to clarify, by unallocated, you mean not allocated to a specific department or service, just a chunk in the budget that could be used to staff up?
Through your worship, that's absolutely correct. And we've had the practice since 2021 of, in 2021 we came to council and we said, here's some staffing needs, but we're going to put $150,000 in 2022. That's unallocated. We haven't decided where it should go. We do believe that there's capacity constraints, so we'll find and prioritize that. Then when 2022 comes around, we have the approved authority to create a position, although it wasn't specifically allocated. So that's what we had done for the 2024 plan as well. This would basically take up that space in 2024. Otherwise, you would stack it on top of that unallocated funding, and that would push your tax increase next year to 9.5% as opposed to 9%. And then other options you have to reduce your tax increase this year is you could reduce the tax funded portion of the sewer levy. We fund approximately $600,000 of our municipal sewer expenditures using taxes. That's 30% of the budget. The other 70% is from the sewer levy. It's not recommended because $150,000, for instance, would increase those sewer user fees by 10%. So there's a perceived large financial impact over there. That's about $20 per person, and also that would stray from council's current policy in terms of funding strategy for sewer utility. And don't forget, we anticipate bringing utility funding strategies to council for further consideration later this year. That's the thoughtful way I would suggest of going about setting funding strategy for utilities. But council could direct us to increase our sewer utility fees and offset the tax impact that through that. So it's just an option. The next option would be to increase COVID-19 Restart Grant usage for our PRC. For our Parks, Rec, and Culture. It's not recommended only because it would compound next year's tax increase, and we'll talk about where we're at with Parks, Rec, and Culture and its net revenue right now. There's already a 2.5% tax increase baked into 2024. next year, and that's assuming a certain level of financial performance from the Parks, Rec, and Culture, which isn't completely predictable. So this would compound the need for that when our COVID-19 Restart Grant runs out, because it's a finite amount, and it'll be gone. So that's more of kicking the can down the road and just creating a tax increase later on. And then the last option would be to reduce service. So if council had a service in mind, you could tell us to reduce service. It's not really possible for your administration to do an adequate analysis for what services could be reduced in time for budget deliberations, but it's not completely uncommon for councils just to say, find some savings and reduce service levels.
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Watson, then Councillor Appleton.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Director Paine. Just back to the sewer levy approach, changing that. Is it correct that the sewer charge that's not on the tax is consumption-based on the amount of potable water that flows into the house? Is that basically how it corrects? It gets calculated?
Yeah, through your worship, it's 60% of the consumption of water. Yeah.
So an adjustment there, if a critique was this, a tax increase has to be borne equivalently by every household regardless of means to pay, it's not means tested. This is a consumption tax, so it would be shifting some non-means tested to a consumption-based way of raising revenue. Is that correct?
Through your worship, I would say technically nothing is means tested. The property tax system is based on the value of your property,
Right,
so there's
right.
some loose connection, but
Right, it's not means, that's what I'm saying, it's
exactly.
not means tested, but
Right.
so from a non-means tested tax revenue source to a consumption-based source where somebody, to some extent, folks do have control over how much water they are
Absolutely.
pumping into their home. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
absolutely. Good framing.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to staff, maybe not just exclusively to Mr. Paine, but just with respect to the discussion around service level adjustments. I think that this council has talked around the subject of service level adjustments a couple of times and has not come to a conclusion as far as a mechanism as to how to do that. I can appreciate that staff are not in a position to respond in the tight time frame of the financial plan, but I think it's something that we need to look at in a structured way. So I'm just wondering, unfortunately, we've gone through a strategic planning process and a priority setting process to talk about projects that we will work on. To arrive at a process of being able to do proper service level discussions and service level adjustments, what is required? What is the appropriate timing for that? What is needed from the staff level as far as a governance direction in order to commence a service level review that would inform a subsequent financial plan?
Mr. Paine.
Your Worship, through your Worship, so we'll actually kind of talk a little bit about this in the Parks, Rec, and Culture Department budget, because what we're foreseeing there is the financial implications of not going back to pre-COVID financial performance forces council into to making a decision of, are we going to look at service levels or are we going to increase funding? Those are really, or a mix thereof. Seeing that coming, we are recommending that if council wishes to look at service level adjustments, to give us notice so that we can come back with service level options well in advance. So a year's time is appropriate in that case, and that way we're not putting council in the position during budget deliberations of telling us right now, do you want us to cut service and what it is. Instead, council has before them the information on what is the least impact but most financial benefit to the community, at least from your perspective. Now that is, Parks, Rec, and Culture is just a small, I wouldn't say it's small, it's a large part of the services that the district provides. So in terms of looking more broadly across all services, it really is quite the undertaking. I would argue it rises to the level of council priority consideration. It would need to be put in the mix of what work you want us to be doing, because it would take significant capacity to do that. In terms of the specific mechanism for that, I would say it would be a direction from council to staff to undertake a service level an analysis with specific objectives in mind. And that piece is important, because if your objective is simply to look for financial opportunities, financial burden opportunities, then we need to know that up front, when we can look for the most significant opportunities in that regard. But if there's other objectives in mind as well, we need to know about that in advance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paine. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Yes, thank you, and through you to Mr. Paine. As a follow-up to what you've done, and thank you for that, for me, there's a huge piece missing here, though, and that's the input and feedback from our community on service levels. I don't see how we could do any decision-making without that input or feedback. So there would be a part of this work that would involve a communication strategy, I'm thinking, and that would be a huge undertaking as well. So just, that would be my concern, that would be also very important, a key piece.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Green. And there is built into our schedule a survey, a budget survey, not on election years. We didn't do it this year. So I think good feedback on that is that could be a more robust or more specific ask as part of that process, so that in the fall, when we're doing that service level piece, that can form part of those considerations, so we can get to the public. We're considering these changes, please give us feedback on it. Mr. Paine, I know it's funny, if you ask the question, I'm sure, do you want to lower the cost? The answer would be yes, and if you want to give up the service, the answer is probably no. But we can frame it in a way that makes it easy for people to understand the impacts. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
My only supplementary comment on that, and I appreciate that, is that my sense of public engagement is that it has been diminished over the last 3 years. There's no question about it. We're not getting the engagement that we had pre-COVID, either in person or online, frankly. We've had some good response to some of our surveys, but I really think that it would have to be more robust for me to feel comfortable than just a survey. So I'm thinking sort of town hall sessions and that kind of thing. Anyway.
It's good feedback. Thank you. Mr. Paine.
Yeah, Your Worship, if I could add a bit more context, a bit that I actually meant when Councillor Appleton asked the question as well. That's one reason why understanding council's objective in a service review is so important, because if it's to find financial opportunities, then we don't do a holistic review. We look for the opportunities where there's maximum financial impact. Whereas if we do want to engage the community in a very thorough manner, then it's necessary for us to quantify and describe our service levels in detail. So the inventorying of all of our service levels is time consuming. And so, for instance, the survey is generally are you satisfied with our protective services in general? It doesn't quantify the specific things and opportunities for varying those service levels and the cost impact of that. And that would be true, ideal community engagement would be, here's the specific service levels, here's what happens if you reduce it, the cost, and here as it is to increase it. That's a much larger undertaking than just simply asking, are you generally pleased with service levels, yes or no? So it really does matter in terms of the objective that council wants, in terms of the scope of the work that we would undertake.
Thank you, Mr. Paine. And I'll come just to Mr. Councillor Watson in a second. I think one of the things that the reality of this scenario being discussed here in terms of assessing, it often comes up through this process. So we'll often see in our 5-year financial plan, staff will be acknowledging that in 2 or 3 years, and the capital replacement was a good example of that. It was, okay, so if we are really going to start tackling this, we're going to start needing a team dedicated to actually implementing that. And so that got put into the financial plan, and then we had time then to kind of map it all out. And this happened in the opposite way, where it's like we have the short-term need, and we have some ask for staff this time, and if that process can be, deferred slightly or staged and those sorts of pieces sometimes to get some of that more nuance. Do we actually need this? Are there other ways of funding it? Those kind of questions. So, well, all of those are true. This is a good time to kind of, I think we turn our minds to the impact and the costs in this process. So this is often the trigger for those kind of questions to come about, even if they get dealt with in the next budget cycle. This is often where we should look at it and look at the impact. So this is, by all means, ask these questions here because this is where we're spending the time doing it. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Director Paine, in terms of comprehensive service review, which you talked about and described generally, do you know of any models where that might be done on a more hybrid basis, like not every service at the same time, but taking them in some priority order and evaluating them, and that so that the work was spread out over many budget cycles as opposed to just within a single budget cycle? And if you've heard of that, what might it, but the question that comes to mind from me then, if there is such a thing and you did it that way, how do you then make trade-offs if you're only looking at a single service or maybe two services when you do that kind of hybrid review?
Mr. Paine?
Your Worship, yes, absolutely. There could be targeted service reviews for certain types of services, and that's usually how it comes about. Actually, is the council in general gets a sense for a service level that they want to have improved, or they want to reduce the financial burden, and intuitively we know which services there's opportunity to reduce financial burden by reducing service levels. So it intuitively moves you into the direction of a specific service or division or unit. That being said, services are quite integrated. So sometimes there's a false economy of just focusing on one division when it has impacts on other divisions as well. The way it usually comes about is because there's a particular council sense or governance interest in particular services.
Thank you. So it's complex. Yes. Okay.
Let the record show Mr. Paine nodded. It is complex. Please continue, Mr. Paine.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe at the last council or budget deliberation meeting, council had asked just generally what's going on in the region with tax increases. We talk as CFOs, and the numbers are frequently changing because council's providing direction to staff. So the numbers that I'll put on here, I just have to caveat, they are likely out of date. They're within 2 weeks or so. And I also say that they're not significantly relevant since every municipality has its own cost drivers. Different tax bases, different service levels, different life of infrastructure, all of those impact your forced growth. But, you can kind of get a sense of something's way out of bounds by looking at that. So here's some from our most recent discussions between 5% and, 9% in the region, Vancouver, 10.7%. We could all just point to Surrey and say 17%, but that's an outlier. So you get a sense. And the interesting part is that our forced growth is 6.52%, and that includes some service level changes directed by staff. So really our forced growth is actually a little bit less than that. And you look at some of the base budgets in the region, and they're around 6%. So those are all status quo budgets that aren't increasing service levels. They're just incorporating the impact of inflation. So, I would argue our forced growth target is within bounds based on this very preliminary view of the region.
And I'll just provide feedback I've had as well, speaking with mayors around the region. Generally speaking, the regional inflation numbers from last year are around 6.9%. Most of them are using that as sort of a target for their base increase for status quo budgets. That seems to be the 6.9 or 7%, depending on whether you want to round up or not. Thank you.
So council is aware that the district's been awarded a grant under the Growing Community Fund in the amount of $4.8 million. I've just taken a quote right out of the press release there. So it appears that this funding can support affordable housing, upgrading water management facilities, recreation, et cetera, and I'm sure there's other amenities that would be supportable under this growing community fund. I just want to mention, there's no need to decide what to spend this money on during budget deliberations right now. There's no rush. If you want to, by all means. But if at some point through the year, you come to a resolution of what you want to spend this money on, the financial plan can easily be amended to pay for this, because it's not tax revenue, right? We need to get the tax revenue right, because we can't go back and charge people taxes more. But we can easily change the financial plan to use this money and the offsetting spending. There probably will be no need to amend the financial plan, even if a council decision is made to use this specifically, only because the financial plan upper limits are very high and generalized, and we probably won't spend all the money out there.
Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. I understand that there's still information to come about the community fund in terms of criteria for where it can be spent, that's still outstanding. And just wonder whether, well, I think there's various different funding packages that we're awaiting clarity on, but I'm just wondering whether there was any kind of sense of when we might find out what those criteria are.
Mr. Paine?
Through your worship, I'd have to answer generally and just say soon. I've also, and under the understanding that it's quite broad, so the parameters won't be too restrictive whatsoever.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to briefly discuss some of the asset management funding progress and the reserve balances that result from this financial plan. We set a target of about $12.8 million in the SIR plan to set aside annually in our reserves. In 2027, we'll be at about 96% if this financial plan is approved. That $12.8 million has been indexed a bit, like 3% per year after 2021, so that actually grows to over $14 million. But inflation has been more than 3% over the last year, so really our infrastructure replacement funding target will be larger than that. We just need to recalculate the SIR plan, which is no small undertaking, unless and until we have asset management software. There's lots of debt proposed in this financial plan. I just want to remind council that the financial plan isn't the medium to approve us issuing or taking on debt. Certainly we need to identify funding sources in the financial plan, but council retains control over approval debt through the through our lending bylaw. So there has to be a bylaw in place before staff can go to the regional district and go to the MFA to secure that debt. There is a debt servicing limit that we cannot exceed, and approval of the electors is required for almost all debt, except for when our debt servicing is less than 5% of that limit. The proposed spending that's funded by debt would exceed that limit. There's a 30-year maximum amortization on any debt that you take, so if you're going to fund a piece of infrastructure that lasts more than 30 years, you're compressing who's funding that over a compressed time frame, and the ministry needs to approve any debt when our bylaw is approved by council. Our debt servicing limit is such that we cannot exceed 25% of our annual controllable and sustainable revenues. So that's building permit revenue, property tax revenue, utility fees, annual grants that we get. When you add those all together, 25% of it can go towards our interest and principal payment, annual interest and principal payment. So that's quite significant, and we're not we're very low in terms of that limit right now. Our borrowing must go through the MFA and must receive support at the regional district, and they become jointly and severally liable as a result. And this leads to exceptionally low borrowing costs as well. So if the financial plan is approved as it stands, and the lending bylaws are approved, and our capital expenditures are what's envisioned in the financial plan, in 2027, the percentage of the limit that we take off would grow from 2.3% as it is now to 21.1%. So that would be about 1/5 of our borrowing capacity by 2027 being used. And that would fund, there's three main projects, the public safety building, the North Oak Bay consolidation project, as well as the Carnarvon Park building. I'm just going to skip past this, Your Worship, if you don't mind. It just outlines how some of our reserves are established, but we've listed here the forecasted reserve balances at the beginning of 2023, so everyone's aware. It's about $59 million. Of that, there's about $40 million. There's over $40 million in infrastructure reserves for replacement of infrastructure. In fact, here's the Capital Works Reserve breakdown. It's $20 million. It's broken down into smaller pots. There's $1.1 million in the active transportation pot, so that could be used partially to fund the active transportation program in the financial plan. But there's over $4 million proposed in the financial plan, so we need to identify the funding source for the remaining funding at the very least. This is what the trajectory of our capital renewal reserves would look like, and our debt would be over the 5-year plan if the capital expenditures proceeded as proposed. You see there's a decline in our reserves by about $20 million. So again, that's what I described. Oh, sorry, I believe there's
Okay,
a
uh,
I just have a
question.
question from Councillor Braithwaite.
Sorry, from the slide prior, when you talked about the active transportation being at 1.135, is the village parking fund in there, or is that totally separate? That's totally separate?
Yeah, Your Worship, that's totally separate. So it's listed in the above slide, and it's over $1 million as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Just picking up on that, as I was going to ask that same question. The village parking, there was a move back and forth from out into and out of that reserve. I think it's worthwhile reiterating and just confirming that it is that village, even though it's titled village parking, that reserve can also be used for alternative transportation options as per how it was created. That's correct. So it could be, we could access funds in what is actually titled a village parking reserve to do things which are not, in fact, parking and are alternative transportation methods. That's correct.
Mr. Paine.
You worship, I have to refresh my memory because I have answered this question from Councillor Appleton a couple times, and I do believe there's a process to do that, but I do believe it's possible, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the process is a bit more complicated than the normal accessing of reserves, but certainly possible. Yeah.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as I mentioned it earlier in the presentation, we're putting in between $10 and $12 million per year into our reserves, and that's about $50-60 million, but we're proposing to use $85 million. So that's why you see that there's a decline in our capital renewal reserves by about $20 million. It doesn't include interest. Last year we were able to add $1 million to our reserves just on interest, but we'll be earning less interest if we're using more of our reserve balances. So, but it is part of the funding source for our reserves. So, Your Worship, that concludes the overview budget presentation, and if you're good with that, then we will start we'll start with the operating budget presentations that remain.
Yeah, sounds good. We're about 7:17 at the moment, so I think we'll go through. Are we doing engineering and public works first? Is that? I know we have community building and planning sitting in the other room. Didn't want to. He's not been feeling well, so he didn't do that. So I'm happy to take whatever order you want. But I'm just going to say, for the public's interest, we're going to probably conclude the presentation and some Q&A from council and whatever department we go to. We'll take a short break and allow for public questions or comments, and then we'll come back to the table and continue our meeting. So please direct this however you wish, Mr. Paine.
Your Worship, so sorry, were you proposing the break now? And
No, I think
okay.
we'll do.
No.
I think if it's okay with staff, it's probably better to do community building and planning first, largely because it's in the agenda that way, and if people are following that and expecting to step in to watch one specific area, it's always good to keep things in order if we can.
Yeah, agreed. That works for us.
Okay, so I believe we have Mr. Bowl. You can stay there because Mr. Bowl is, I think, coming in remotely.
That's right.
So Mr. Bowl, why don't you join us through Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here. I hope you can hear me or see me or both.
We can hear you and see you and both.
Excellent.
And appreciate for those here. He's just in his office around the corner, but he's recovering from a bug, so he just wanted to keep us all safe by keeping his distance. If we need him in here for some spectacular reason, we can always bring him in. But welcome, Mr. Bowl, to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Your Worship, I'll begin on page 57 of the financial plan, or page 97 of the agenda. That's the community building and planning operating budget. And much like the previous meeting presentations, we'll begin by talking about some of the accomplishments from this department last year. It's some of the plans and accomplishments for next year. And we'll talk then about the budget variances. And as mentioned, Mr. Bull is available for questions if council has any questions after that. So in 2022, there's a myriad of accomplishments from this department. The secondary suite changes to the bylaw were undertaken, as well as the draft infill housing strategy was completed, which was a significant undertaking. The department undertook a bylaw compliance review and began the sidewalk patio expansion program as well, which is underway at the moment. There was significant turnover in this department, and therefore significant recruitment that took place, and we're seeing some turnover just recently as well. So difficult challenge that way. And so there was a complete review and construction of the work plan. So that was quantified by Mr. Bull and a review of its capacity. Your Worship, I believe I saw a question from Councillor Patterson, or no? Okay, stretching. Like our CAO. In 2023, the department plans to complete the sidewalk patio review, complete infill housing strategy implementation, commence the village area planning project as envisioned by council, and advance the building permits e-apply application in cooperation with Information Technology Division. What you see in the I'm just going to scroll down here to the operating budget request here, which is on page 100 of the agenda. What you see here is a status quo budget with exception of the 2.7 FTEs requested, and those requests add up to $224,000. Of that 2.7 FTE request, approximately 2.1 of that is for core services, essentially to increase or to reduce wait times for building permits, which are currently at 12 weeks, and the desired wait time would be brought down to between 6 and 8 weeks. So in there, you've got a request for a plan checker as well as a clerk, and to assist with that. Building permits have grown, and there are additional committee hours that have been added to the capacity for the organization. 280 hours is estimated to support the advisory committees, as well as an additional 275 hours for anticipated secondary suite applications as a result of the secondary suite changes. Planning applications are up about 9%, but they're not at cost recovery. So that's one thing we just wanted to note to council, is that many of our land use applications are well below cost recovery, and that's not uncommon in local government, but council should have a say what the appropriate cost recovery is, so long as it doesn't exceed 100%, which is the community charter limit. And so Mr. Bull and myself are planning to bring forward consideration of cost recovery options for council, and that can help fund potentially in the future, but it hasn't been anticipated in this budget simply because we haven't asked that question of council, so we haven't forecasted the financial impact of that. In addition to the 2.1 FTs that's been requested for core, there's 0.6 that's are required to complete council priority projects in the time frame that council is looking to accomplish those things. So, Your Worship, that concludes my presentation for community building and planning, and as I mentioned, I'm available, and so is Mr. Bull, for questions.
I know we're going to have a few questions on this one, so I'll start with the hands I've seen. Councillor Braithwaite and Councillor Patterson.
Thanks so much. If we could just go back to page 59, because I'm a little bit confused on the FTE. I think the next page, nope, 50, yeah, that one. So it looks like it's 3.7 staff, not 2.7. And I think that, is that not right? Does it not look like it's 3.7 staff there?
I can jump in here because I don't think Mr. Paine might be aware of this table. I was looking at that earlier today as well, and noting that I think what's shown there, the senior planner was a change in the previous budget year, I believe. So the current increase, because currently the FTEs are 9.1, so the proposed increase this year is 2.7.
Okay, thank you, because in the column of 2022, it says 11.0, and I think that's 12.0. Or it says 11.8, I think it should be 12.8 if you add up that column, because I was really confused with those numbers, so that's why I added it up again. But if it's 2.7, you're saying the senior planner should not be as a plus for the change.
Correct, thank you.
Yes, my apologies for that, Your Worship. That's simply a typing error.
So just for we're clear at this table then, for senior planner should be 1 in 2021 and 1 in 2022. And so and those numbers at the bottom should then tally up to 10.1 and 12.8. Is that correct?
Not quite. In the 2021 column, it would be 1 senior planner and 1 planner, and then the tally remains at 9.1, which is the current contingent, and then the additional ask is the 2.7. And maybe Mr. Paine can help me if that's the 21 number or the 22 number. I'm a little bit vague on that because I know there was a change made in either of those years.
Well, perhaps, so the 2021 FTEs, is that supposed to read 2022 FTEs?
Exactly.
And we're talking at 2023.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
and then,
Yeah.
so there was a senior, so there should be 1 less planner and 1 more senior planner. Is that position being shifted?
Yeah, I believe so. And if that was the change, and unfortunately I can't speak in detail about that previous change that saw a 1 FTE in one of the previous budget years being either added or reinserted. There was something that happened in one of the previous budget years.
Your Worship, I can see here that the increase in the senior planner position, that occurred in 2022. And so that's just, this should say 1 here, this should say 1 here, and this should say 0. So it's just kind of left over from last year's template. So it's really a typing error. So my apologies for the confusion.
That's why we have us to review. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. And then just a comment on page 57, the complaints received for bylaw, that's dramatic between 2021 and 2022, 118 to 273. And I would have thought that it would have gone the other way because people were not as inclined to be complaining, but that's a huge increase.
Mr. Bull, do you have any comment on the increase in complaints? Do you have any sense of was there any particular driver for that you're aware of?
Not on the top of my head, although my thoughts go to the pandemic and with less people out, although 2021 is the 2nd year of the pandemic. I guess it might be for that reason, but I can definitely follow up with staff as well and either follow up separately or at the next meeting with some more information on that.
It's probably not too related to budget, but probably just a point of interest for us to understand what some of those drivers are. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
And then my last question is under the 2022 accomplishments. There's a line that says advanced blasting bylaw amendments. And I'm just wondering if you could just speak to that a little bit, because I wasn't aware that we'd actually kind of advanced those in any way, shape, or form. I thought we were still working on them. I know in the next year it says that we're going to complete them, but I'm just wondering what we mean by advanced blasting bylaw amendments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bull.
Yeah, through Your Worship. The initial direction for the blasting bylaw is all the way back from 2020. It had been worked on and off, but there was some work done in 2022. In the first part of the year, one of our consultants had worked on a review of other communities and prepared for the last phases of that initiative. and then the project got paused again. But that's what's meant with that. So it's simply acknowledging that some work by consultants was done indeed in this year. Sorry, 2022. But yeah, we hope to wrap up that the requested amendments this year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite, Councillor Patterson, and Councillor Appleton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through you to Director Paine. I just want to explain to people so I know why other municipalities put it in their budgets. But this department basically is funded solely through the operating fund. It doesn't get any from the capital or the reserve funds, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so then when you look at the net operating budget as it is projected for 2023, it is 472. So when residents are looking at the total expenses for that budget, they're not necessarily thinking that a lot of them are offset by fees. And that's something I try to stress to them always, is that the budget is primarily offset by fees, but with the expectations of in fact doing the reach out to the community, and then the bylaw changes that are required for secondary suites and housing infill and some of those things, we've had quite an increase in work that is being undertaken out of that department that is not necessarily going to always be there in the future, but it exists at this point in time because of what the community wanted to see happen and what council enabled and directed staff to go forward with. So is that fairly succinct overview of the budget on this? Thank you.
Mr. Paine?
Your Worship, I would defer some of that question to Mr. Bull. I would say that some of the increased capacity needed will be ongoing, such as secondary suite applications. I would anticipate that continues, as well as some of the advisory committee support that council supported in the committee review as well. But I would also expect that there is some temporary component as you described, and I would recommend that Mr. Bull be comment on that.
I'm happy to deflect the question. Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think there's a portion in our work plan for this department that responds to council direction, for example, but more for the smaller items that are quick turnaround, don't require a lot of effort. That is different topics every year. In this year, for example, the blasting bylaw is in that category for us. And it comes out of the regular consulting budget. So that said, that's one off, but there's every year there's a little bit of that. So that's why it's also a standing kind of component of our work plan, that every year there will be some council direction that is minor in nature, but it will require follow-up. Yeah, so besides the projects that are in the council priority plan, I think a lot of the other work, all other work really is yearly, is reoccurring, and yeah, if there's maybe different ways to present that or what it all entails, we can definitely have a look at that. But I hope that clarifies a little bit of what is in work plan versus what is influenced by council priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. I have Councillor Appleton and then Green.
Thank you, Worship, and through you to staff. Mr. Paine alluded to, I see 2.7 FTEs here and alluded to 2.1 being core functions, and I can see that probably being in the plan technician and plan checker. I'm just kind of wondering where the 2.1 number comes from out of the 2.7, or if I heard that correct.
Mr. Paine?
Your Worship, good question. So plan checker, 1.0 plan checker is what is, it would be for core, 0.6 of the clerk. So there's a 0.7 clerk, 0.6 of it, that would be 1.6, and then 0.5 of the planner, so half of the planner. And then the remaining 0.1 from the clerk and the 0.5 from the planner, that would be council priority projects.
So just to clarify, 2.1 for core services and 0.6 for council priority projects.
Correct.
So, thank you, Worship. If I can continue. It strikes me, in fact, that this is, in fact, a levels of service discussion, because if I get this correctly, if in observing the authorizations, the application type in the 2023 forecast, I see some growth there, but maybe, a fairly modest growth in that. So the main driver for the additional capacity in the program area is to reduce wait times, as Mr. Bull has alluded to. Do I have that correct?
Through you to Councillor Appleton. Yes, precisely. I would frame this as a service level discussion as well, and in the way that you've described.
Go ahead, Councillor Patterson or Appleton. Look that way and talk this way.
Well, I think, thank you, Your Worship. I think that the other question that I wanted to ask was specifically with respect to, this is to clarify, we're conscious that the Building and Planning Department is responsible for, several significant initiatives of council in the upcoming year, and it's very clear that, existing and ongoing projects are included in there. But these, at least 2.1 FTEs here, are related to core business and not to those larger strategic initiatives. So this, to me, is a decision point for council, because it relates to if in fact the additional FTEs in the planning department are targeted, well, 2.1 of them are targeted towards reducing wait times, which council may elect to decide that is something that we wish to address at this juncture. It is a governance decision for council to make, that those, in the absence of those positions, those 2.1 FTEs, there will not, as I understand it, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, there's not going to be an impact on the larger strategic projects like infill housing or village planning.
That's Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. I think in terms of the budget and allocations, yes, with maybe a little word of caution, because I think what tends to happen, but we can avoid it by being deliberate about how we allocate the hours in the department, is that I think with applicants and having pressures from applicants and people with questions, that tends to get a lot of, it requires a lot of time from staff. And for that reason, and I think that's maybe a little bit reflective in the results from last year, it does tend to undermine staff availability to do those projects. But we can definitely be deliberate about it in the context of what you're calling a level of service discussion and a decision, governance decision. If that were the outcome of this budget, then I'll have to make sure we organize it properly. So we do use the hours that we have earmarked for the projects to actually be used for the projects, because this smaller amount that is proposed for that is reflective of the fact that we do have myself and also a deputy director that is about to start next week, actually, and that position had been vacant for a long time. But the both of us, a lot of our time, and particularly for the deputy, is earmarked for projects. So that's where this other existing capacity is there. Yeah. So in short, yes, but with a word of caution. Thank you.
I think the earlier question, it's complicated, was the nod. It fits into this one as well. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you, and through you to Mr. Bull. Thank you, Mr. Bull. And I just wanted to focus your attention to page 59 still, under the bullet under 2023 planned accomplishments, update land use procedures bylaw. Can you just clarify, is that an umbrella term for a number of practices? If you could just clarify for me and for the public. Thank you.
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Yeah, the land use procedure bylaw, one of my predecessors, Ms. Jensen, had done some work on that. I believe it was more geared towards the application process and some of the details around that and updating some of the practices there. I am intending to pick up that work and continue with it, but also add some of my ideas to it. And my ideas for this particular project would be to look at ways to also explore streamlining of processes. There's a couple of ideas that each on their own have incremental effects, but it could be considered by council, for example, around variances, but it requires also a discussion with council on what does council want to consider and continue to decide on in terms of applications or not. Right now, the practice in Oak Bay is that every land use decision is coming to council. So it is a smaller project. So in that context, I will prepare some smaller amendments for you. But when I bring this back to you, we will have a bit of also a conversation about how far those amendments could go or should go, and then you have a chance to weigh in on that at that time. Thank you.
Continue, Councillor Green and Councillor Smart.
Thank you, and through you to Mr. Bull. Mr. Bull, thank you for that. I recall that we had talked about updating the zoning bylaw, and I recall that we moved it up from 2024, I believe, to 2023. Am I wrong? Could someone correct me on that if I'm wrong? So I don't see it mentioned here for 2023, so maybe it is still planned for 2024. Would you mind clarifying? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, for the Mayor. I'm sorry. So the zoning bylaw was part of the backgrounder collection that you considered, but was not one of the projects that was elevated to and funded for this term as a council priority. So it is still in the collection of projects for maybe later. And I don't believe, but Minister Paine can correct me if I'm wrong there, I don't believe the funding for that remains in this budget anymore. But previously it had been funded and earmarked for future years. I think initially it was planned to start this year, but with the new set of priorities right now, that is a project for sometime later. Thank you.
Thank you for the refresher. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. And this is referring to page 58 in the charts of permit types. I'm just in thinking about the core services and the staff that would be providing those. When I look under the 2022 column of permits, I see what looks like a significant drop in numbers in permits, and it concerns me that this might be reduced permit, like because of slow permit times, that people might not actually be applying for building permits. And I know we won't actually know the answer to that question, but what I'm wondering is if in fact less people are applying for permits because of long review times, would these core staff members assist with solving that problem?
Sure. I might go to Mr. Paine first, just because we don't have historical numbers here. We have the forecasted and the budget amounts for 2022. Have those historically gone up or gone down? Do we have a sense of that? And then why the drop in this year?
Your Worship, I believe Councillor Smart is referring to the chart at the top of page 58, correct? Yeah. And there you do have some historical figures from 2020 through to 2022. And there's a drop from 2021 to 2022. And I would suggest that Mr. Bull would be able to answer what the cause of that is.
Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you for your Mayor. It's only part of the picture. I noticed that particularly the plumbing permits, for example, were down. We are a little bit concerned with the timelines that some of the smaller permits might no longer come to us, and people might sometimes just take shortcuts, so to say. The other thing that's not quite reflected here, and I did reference that in the workforce plan, even though last year we issued less permits, our construction value was up a lot. And that is reflective of higher complexity of projects. And that's also what I hear from staff in reviewing the building permits, that there's a number of bigger projects out there that have been more time consuming for us. And that said, I shouldn't give you the impression that the smaller projects are necessarily easier. I think even though there's some variations in single family permits, there's definitely a lot of time spent there as well, because for what is typical for single family applications is that sometimes we're dealing directly with homeowners rather than contractors or designers, and that tends to take more time as well. So yeah, it fluctuates. I had some numbers from previous years as well, and it tends to fluctuate. But given our timeline of review, it's clear that even though that reduction from this past year hasn't really translated into reduced waiting times, unfortunately. So there's definitely a demand of service there, so to say, that is not fully reflected in this particular table. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, for their explanation. I guess what I'm wondering then is, and I know we can't really establish at this table whether it is a safety concern of people not applying for permits due to long review times, but if this was the case, would the core staffing that is being asked assist with making up those slow permit times, or is that even additional staffing that would be required to do that?
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, for the Mayor. Yeah, I missed covering that portion of the question. Yeah, I think we do think that if with the one additional staff member, we are confident that we can get those review times down, and that should also be reflected in some of these numbers here on the page that you're referring to, because we will get a little bit better compliance. And the other thing that will happen with shorter review times is also a little bit of efficiency in not having to follow up with people that are concerned about the timelines and are following up to ask where are things at. So, but I don't anticipate that beyond that additional person this year, we would immediately need another one next year. I don't think so. I think with a plan check, we would have 3 building officials permanently, and that should carry us for quite a while with the current the volume of permits that we've seen in the last couple of years.
Continue.
And just one follow-up question to that, just thinking about these staff members serving us in the long term. Although this year we have not gone ahead with the council priority project for our climate action plan, I do expect that we will be rolling into that in the near future. And I just want to know if any of these staffing positions will be looking for a planner with environmental and sustainable experience to support that project in later years.
Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, for the Mayor. Yeah, I think particularly for the planners group, if there's approval for the funding this year, and of course, as part of that recruiting process, definitely, because that third planner, that's where I anticipate a lot of the project support for council projects will lie. We'll definitely going to be looking at what are the projects coming up this year and next year, and make sure that we get relevant experience for that. So what is top of mind for me is indeed environmental climate action focus, but also housing, particularly for the housing project that will start next year. And of course, related to the village area plan project, just good all-round planning skills around area plans and long-term planning. So that's definitely a focus for whoever we might add this year to the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Patterson, then Braithwaite, and if my questions haven't been asked at that point, I have a couple, and then we'll go to we'll call a brief break and we'll go to the public. If any members of the public are online and they wish to ask questions or make comments, you can just raise your hand within the Zoom application now, and I'll get to you when we get to the public input. Again, if you're calling into the 1855 number, that information's on the agenda package. You have to just hit *9. That's not #9, it is *9 to raise your hand within the app, and then we'll see you here as well. So just if you're interested in speaking to council tonight, by all means, you can do so. This is the time to start raising your hand, and then we'll get to you in a few minutes. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you to Director Bull. If you could perhaps just clarify, on the permit types, we have secondary suites in 2022, only 4, and then in 2023, 8. So for clarification on this, is this for new build-outs of secondary suites, for registration of existing suites that might require renovations? Just so that I gain understanding, because of course there was, when we talked about secondary suites and the implementation of them, I thought the numbers might be larger than this, and so it seems like we went through a lot of meetings and a lot of discussion, and so to just see 8 there, it's
Sure, I'll give the question
quite
to
limited.
Mr. Bull. Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this number 8 is an estimate. You will see in the workforce plan that I provided in January, I was actually using 10. Those include both either existing suites that get permitted properly and under the current regulations. Some of them will be new. It might be higher. There has been a lot of interest. But at this point, I think based on the current numbers that we see, this is probably, for the first year, the right number. It might be on the lower side, but it's a more incremental uptake, if you would call it that way, because we know that there's several more around in the community. But usually, people that come forward for a permit, it's either because they're building a new house or they're doing a renovation anyway. And I don't think all suite owners necessarily have plans right this year to do that. So that explains a little bit of what that might look like this year. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for that information, Mr. Bull. I just again to come back to this then, the staffing that is before us, the proposed staffing that is before us, is based on this, or if we had an increased number, will we be adequately staffed for an increased number? I guess I'm not quite understanding what our plan is to. I thought the number would be much higher, and so I had expected that some of the staffing would be required to handle those applications, and seeing only 8 makes me wonder if they increase, as I had expected, whether we will be staffed adequately with what is proposed in this budget.
Go ahead, Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the amount of 8 to 10, maybe 12 is covered in the current work plan, in the sense that that's part of the staffing proposal, the 2.7, and it includes the estimate that also flagged in the workforce plan, and it might, and that comes down to about 0.2 FTE. And the reason for that is that they are pretty much like a single family permit. So even though the suite itself might not be a very big change to the building, perhaps to make it conform to the bylaw, there is a similar amount of time involved as with other single family permits, in terms of first informing the owners of the requirements, then making sure they are getting their application materials together and it's complete, and then do the review. And some of them will need to do some work, and some others will need to demonstrate certain elements. So yeah, but to your point, if the number would be double, that means that there would be another 0.2 staffing need somewhere to either cover for, or it might come back later in the future year as an additional ask. But right now, that 0.2 is included in that 2.7, and it's a bit part of the bigger picture of what the building group needs. But it should be sufficient for this year. There is a project next year in the council priority lineup. I'm pretty sure it's next year, secondary suite incentives. That's a follow-up project to the secondary suite introduction last year, where council and where we as staff will follow up on the whole program and consider if there's additional things we want to do around secondary suites, and making sure that more suites come forward and become compliant with the building code. but that project will first need to be rolled out and completed before we can confirm what that might mean and what it might cost in terms of either incentives or additional compliance efforts or additional permits. That would be a follow-up discussion, but for this year, that's not really on the horizon just yet. So yeah, we're confident that we, as part of the 2.7, we would have enough time for this.
Thank you. I have Councillor Braithwaite, then Green.
Thank you. One question on page 60 under the operating budget. I see that the dog licenses are estimated to bring in about $64,000 next year, but the animal control is $92,000. So I know there has to be ticket revenue somewhere. I'm just not sure where that ticket revenue is. So does the ticket revenue fall under financial services budget, or where would I find that? Because I know there has to be an offset, because it couldn't cost us 1/3 more to have the animal control officer than what we're bringing in for the licenses, I don't believe. And I know animal control does more than just dogs, but is there a line that I should be looking for revenue?
Paine?
Your Worship, there is additional revenue through MTI's pound fees and what have you. I believe they are representing other fees and permits here. However, I would still suggest that animal control is subsidized by taxes. I don't know if subsidized is the right word. It's not full cost recovery by any means.
I think if my memory is correct, it's around 70% we've always targeted for cost recovery on animal control services. I have Councillor Green.
Yes, thank you. Through you to Mr. Bowl. Mr. Bowl, is it possible, could you comment on the workforce issue or workplace issue with trades and the ability of trades to be available? And I'm thinking that might also be an impacting factor on building permits and certainly on secondary suites potentially. So would you be able to comment on that at this time? And if not, I will understand perhaps there will be another opportunity, but I'm sensing that might be also part of the issue. Thank you.
Mr. Bowl, perhaps a brief
market. Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, definitely that has come up, and I've heard from applicants, and I know building officials hear about that from applicants, that there are issues with cost, with availability of trades. Sometimes it creates time crunches, but in other cases it creates delays, because last year was a tough year to simply retain contractors and tradespeople for projects and at the right price. So that might be another a reason for that different volume in 2022. It's hard to pinpoint the precise effects, but definitely anecdotally that has been an issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And again, anybody who wishes to address council, please raise your hand at this point, and we'll get to you in just a couple of minutes. I had a couple of quick questions here. And one of them is just, Mr. Bowl, you spoke to, and I appreciate it, the review of streamlining some of our internal processes to perhaps, look at ways of speeding up some of the simpler, et cetera, pieces. I'm curious, is there any way that we could support that? We have some additional funds right now coming in from the province, and we could do as a special project, not as an ongoing thing to. Is it feasible to sort of jumpstart some of that efficiency by putting some additional funds in to create a project to look at some of those, look at technology implementation, those sorts of things that I know we had sort of pushed out a couple of years because of budget concerns. But if we have money for it, is that something we could do to help maybe improve some of our efficiencies?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It would depend on the scope of what council's intent is. If it's a smaller scale, then a budget would help, and then the current staff levels could support it. If it's a bit more ambitious, and with the new money coming in, so to say, that could be looked at, and maybe there's ways to both have sufficient consultant support for it, and maybe either temporary or project staff potentially to look at that. And it definitely would offer opportunities that also would improve, provide a different avenue to improve service levels. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's certainly worth exploring. If there's a feeling that there's tools that could help us, I think we have to explore them. It's difficult to hire staff and expensive, and if there's ways that we can kind of make the staff more productive, obviously that's good. The other question I had was just the fees. When we've done staff increases in the past in the community building and planning department, they've really been looked at as being offset by the fees that we're collecting in terms of the permits. So, but in this budget, they're showing as largely just being paid for by taxpayers. So I'm curious about what our cost recovery is on our fees. Like, do we have a target percentage? Do we have any? And is that a policy, or is that just sort of we do our best on that side of the equation? Mr. Bull?
I'll start, and maybe Mr. Paine can weigh in as well. We haven't looked in too much detail into it. I did an analysis particularly for planning, because those are the ones that stand out the most as being below cost recovery. Building permit fees are a bit different. We do rely on a percentage in that case, and if the construction value is increasing over the last couple of years, and following inflation, of course, there's a kind of an automatic indexing taking place there, so to say. And I'm not aware of a specific target that the district has applied to the fees, but maybe there was in the past. I think currently it is not very high, but it varies by application, and it's still the way I looked at it was still on a very general basis, and you would take application type, number of hours, and the fee. But there's large differences between applications and their staffing needs. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not sure if Mr. Paine can weigh in here as well.
I'm not sure he wants to. Go ahead, Mr. Paine.
Well, I would add, Your Worship, I'd add a couple comments to echo what Mr. Bull has said. As noted by Councillor Smart, some of the permit volumes have gone down over the last year, but you see building permit revenue has remained elevated, and that's because of the cost of construction has gone up. So there's a natural adjustment that takes place in the market without us having to amend our bylaws in that respect. And because those building permit revenues have been relatively stable, attention hasn't been really given to amending those amounts whatsoever. Land use applications, I don't believe there has been a target. I don't believe there's been significant attention put towards land use applications, and so there's a significant cost recovery that's not happening there. I would hazard a guess it's because of the low volume of land use applications previously undertaken, which the district has taken steps to encourage land use applications, secondary suite applications, and those sort of things to expand over the years. So certainly worth taking a look at, but there's no specific target that I'm aware of for cost recovery in those areas.
All right, thank you. It may be something to turn our minds to as a piece, just as an order of fairness to the people applying, and so they understand what it's covering and what it's not. And I guess my other comment on this is I think that when we look at these extremely long wait times that we have right now, and it's not just us. I know there's many jurisdictions that are facing this struggle. But just like most things at a municipal level, our fees and costs, make up not even a rounding error for the total cost of these projects, particularly if we're delaying them, right? The delay costs are so high if people have to wait for materials or, defer a project for 6 months because they can't get the building permit in time. And so I guess I would like to look at this in the context of, the fees have to be reasonable. They can't be a profit center, but I think, turning fees up as we hire additional people and get our turnaround times down. I think if it's achieving the goal of getting fast turnaround time, I don't think we're going to get a lot of complaints on that because it's the people benefiting. It's just such a small compared to the cost of any kind of delay of a building project. It's just minor. So the difference between $500 or $1,000 in a fee compared to the cost of having to delay by 4 months because you can't get your building permit in time doesn't even come into it. So I guess that's my 2 cents on this one. I think we do have to look at it. I think it's reasonable to ask people that are getting building permits done to pay the majority of those costs. And I think that if we can be the fast turnaround center, we will get those smaller fee applications coming in. I think we're not getting them right now because people can't afford to wait 3 months for a small permit if they've got a builder lined up and material ready to go. So that's my 2 cents on it. I just think it's part of this piece of it. I think we have an obligation to look at both streamlining and fee models that can kind of help cover those costs and offset it off of taxation. So I don't know how that plays into the financial plan, but it's hard to reflect those without doing a bit more analysis. I appreciate that. But thank you. I think it's a reasonable time. Nobody's put up their hand from the public at this point, but I'm going to make one last call there in case anybody is interested in talking to us. I would always encourage people, and I've done this on a number of occasions already, as people have emailed, please, if you want to contact council and provide your input into the budget, email is always the best way. It gives us a chance to look at the nuance of the conversation quite ahead of time. And you can just send it to obcouncil@oakbay.ca. What's another, is there another good address to send it to, or is that probably the best one? Yeah, so just send it to obcouncil@oakbay.ca, and that'll get it to us and be added to the agenda package. I have Andre Boule with a raised hand for some reason. It's showing on my. That's funny on my screen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought it might be a good opportunity for me as well to give you some additional information because if I may, in follow-up to Councillor Patterson's questions about the secondary suites, a colleague of mine was kind enough to point out to me that there is a difference in where the different types of suites are listed. And the number of 8 that was there referenced, that is indeed existing builds. Because looking at our numbers again, and our expected number is 15. So that means there's another 8 or so, but they're covered under the new single-family permits. So I just wanted to offer that clarification so that the number is actually a little bit higher than what I was previously suggesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Boule. I think that number will shoot up quite dramatically. I think as people understand where things are, and they start realizing the advantages of going through an approach of getting them certified and so forth. I think from a tenant awareness and safety perspective, their available rent will go up if they've had an inspection and so forth. There's lots of pluses to people to come forward early, and I think we can expect a fairly large number coming in. But that's my opinion. So who knows what's actually going to happen in real life. I don't see other people raising hands here, so staff, I'm going to just look to you. Anybody, seeing any? Nope. Okay. So back to this table. Is there any other questions of the community building and planning staff at this point? I would just, Mr. Boule, thank you very much. I think given it doesn't have to come into the budget, it would be a special project if it was done. I don't think we have to add anything for looking at some of those streamlining things. I'm very glad to hear that work is going on internally, and so if there's ways that we can help financially, I think this is one of the ways that we are judged as a community by how well we're doing our job, is how well we're responding to people asking for a building permit. So I think there's a lot of upside for us to make sure that we're doing that well and that you're supported well. So thank you for the presentation and for answering all the questions tonight. Mr. Paine, I think I hand it back to you, and we'll go to Engineering and Public Works next.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll just share my screen here for the public. Which is page 63, I believe, of the financial plan. And I'll walk you through the engineering operating budget, engineering and public works. And it is a combined budget, so we'll look at engineering services section on page 103, and then right after that, the public works section on page 104. Also included in engineering and public works is the water and sewer utility. Those budgets have been essentially approved by council already when the rates were set in November. So I haven't made a spot to discuss that here. However, if council wishes to discuss any of the water or sewer utilities, more than happy to do that. So some of the accomplishments the Engineering and Public Works undertook in 2022 included electric vehicle station construction, and we're receiving some revenue as a result of that early this year. The Stormwater Master Plan was initiated, and that was the last of our very large infrastructure master plans to be completed. That will allow us to put together a comprehensive capital plan in due course. There's also foundational work put together to jumpstart our capital output. In June of last year, Council approved expansion of FTEs to do the programming for our capital output of all of our major programs, including storm, sewer, water, and pavement, and that's reflected in the capital plan that we discuss later on. There's also a significant expansion of the road replacement program last year. 19,000 square meters of pavement was replaced last year. So that was significant. In 2023, the department plans to undertake the Dalhousie project, which is the largest sanitary sewer project in the district's history, over $3 million. Council recalls approving that just recently. Hope to get the Uplands sewer separation project started, the Humber catchments area, as well as conduct sidewalk and curb condition assessments and street pole and base condition assessments. So all of those assessments in conjunction with the master plans that are completed over the years will be inputs into a comprehensive capital plan, which will work together. Furthermore, the department plans to work with finance on the comprehensive asset management plan, scoping out asset management software and work order management software, as well as maintenance management software. So a lot of process improvement envisioned. There's also significant active transportation work and subject to council direction there, as well as the McNeil Bay seawall erosion project. So when we look at the operating budget variances, you'll notice it's very much a forced growth, status quo sort of budget, probably the most forced growth status quo budget presented so far. The engineering services, for instance, you're seeing projected increase of 7.1%. That's very close to our forced growth measure of 6.5%, right? And then below here in the public works budget, you're seeing a 6.4% increase to the operating budget. Again, very close to the forced growth amounts. You do see some significant variances in the various divisions. Really what that represents, like for instance, you'll see some divisions that are up 9.3% and some that are at 4.9% increases. Really what you see is just an allocation of labor. Every year, Mr. Brozak looks at his workforce and allocates where he believes that work is going to be conducted in the community, and we allocate that labor accordingly. But the overall picture is stable and consistent there. As mentioned, water and sewer budgets were presented in November. We prepare preliminary budgets for council so that we can set the rates to recover what's anticipated in those utility revenues. So there's not significant opportunity to change that unless we plan to add tax funding to the utilities, which is not common. And then notice I just wanted to point out the notice in 2022, for the first time since I've been here, Public Works operating budget, we actually overspent for the budget. Normally there's a surplus, but there's just significant reactive work that was conducted in the community last year. Less capital works, I would say, less cost recovery jobs. So focus on the core divisions last year, but very close to what the budget was, and our overall expenditure limits weren't exceeded. So there's no problem from that standpoint. So thank you, Worship. That concludes the operating budget presentation for Engineering and Public Works.
Thank you very much. Of course, you've been adding all these people and work into this over the years to get to this point. So not really a status quo. Now we're expecting all the work to get done. So other questions yeah, go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you very much. And through you to Mr. Brozak, first of all, can you comment, Mr. Brozak, on the safety program increase of 27.3% in the budget, and then also on the decrease of the noxious weed program by 58.2%, and finally, other public works, an increase 30.8%, and that's just for clarification. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brozak.
Yeah, so when it comes to the safety program, a lot of the training that happens in Oak Bay or in Public Works, it has an expiry date, everything from forklifts to having to do with our water. The training that we get, it's, the 2 to 4 year range. The first 2 years of COVID, there was pretty much zero training. So there was a huge backlog of training which we've performed in 2022 that had to get done pretty much. When it comes to the noxious weed program, the overall budget for noxious weeds is very small, and that was just other needs were needed in other areas for that small amount of money that makes up that 58%. And other public works, that's a similar sort of thing where it's, the budget is 14,000 and the overall forecast or the it was like $4,400 in difference. So it just looks like a big percentage, but it's actually a very small amount of work.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. And just one more question on the engineering services operating budget, through you to Mr. Nelson. Just a comment, please, on the street occupancy and boulevard fees of, and I know it's not a huge amount of money, but the 41.3% deficit there, and then engineering fees as well, 50% there. So just those two, and thank you.
Mr. Paine.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor. Our street occupancy and boulevard fees budget had been elevated from previous years due to some major projects in the district. So the Bowker Creek, for instance, there was a lot of street occupancy related to that project. So it wasn't a consistent budget amount. That's why it's been reduced. Engineering fees has been conservatively increased. I actually think that the actuals might end up being more. You may recall last year, the engineering department now to charge fees for the work they do to support a subdivision. So one subdivision can yield more revenue than what's budgeted here. So it just kind of depends on the volume of subdivisions that occur. But I do anticipate even with one application a year, you'll exceed the budget amount that's been proposed here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Green. Are there other questions of the Public Works and Engineering staff? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Sorry, I just noticed one little thing. On page 62, at the top of the page, again, it's with the staffing and history and forecast. It shows in 2022 the FTEs were 46.25, and then it says 2023 it was 46.75. I think it's supposed to say 46.25. Sorry, I just noticed that, honestly.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. It's funny how you read through these things multiple times and you see them when you're sitting in the chambers here, looking over it for the 5th or 6th time. Absolutely, go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks very much. I'm looking at the water utility, and in the blue box on page 67, the very last sentence says bulk water costs represent approximately 50% of the district's water utility cost and are expected to rise considerably over the next 5 years. Do we have any inclination whatsoever what kind of an increase that's going to actually be?
Mr. Paine?
Yes, Your Worship, I'll just actually share my screen one more time. We prepare 5-year utility rate increases. So this is on page 68 here, which is page 108 of the agenda. And we've projected 6.8, 7.1, 6.8 increases year over year. And there's significant bulk water rate increases coming down from the CRD. Most of it is related to infrastructure as we look in their budget. We also have increases to our transfers to reserves as well, which is about 1/4 of the budget. So we're having significant increases over $100,000 per year to support our reserves as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Braithwaite. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, through you probably to Mr. Paine, but it might be Director Henderson. Just because we do get a lot of public comment about this, I'm curious to know, just for my own information, what proportion of our overall 50 millimeter asphalt is made up of the 19,000 square meters that we improved in 2022. Like, what does that represent? You know, but the public comes and say, oh, the roads are in such bad shape, nobody ever does anything. Well, clearly we do something. What does that represent in terms of what our total road area or wherever that asphalt is, parking lots, other places?
Go ahead, Mr. Paine.
Your Worship, it is certainly possible for us to answer that question. Not at this time, but it's certainly something we could answer, unless Mr. Brozak can put it in some sort of context of what that represents from our entire inventory. We do have that data. I just not right in front of me.
I might put it a slightly different way too, if maybe it's easier to answer, because we have about 100 kilometers, right, of linear roads in the community, and if it's easier to break it down by sort of how much we do on an annual basis and what we're expecting to ramp up to, that might be easier. Mr. Brozak? And for those at home wondering, Mr. Brozak is our Manager of Public Works.
So maybe easier way to think of it is the 19,300 square meters of roadway. If you were looking at a single lane that's 3 meters wide, it's approximately 6.3 kilometers of that single laneway.
Thank you. Councillor, make sure I have my list here. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the clarification, because I think a lot of people think either in kilometers or blocks, or and yeah, very interesting to know the sort of percentages overall. I think that's what a lot of people are interested to know. I really appreciated the metrics on page 61, and I just wanted to ask, going forward for next year, if we could add bike lanes onto the metrics as well, because I think people like to see that.
Sure, thank you. Is there any other questions of our engineering or public works members that are here? It's hard to argue too much when there's essentially an inflationary cost. It's probably not even fully the inflationary cost. Is there any, before we let you go then, is there any, Mr. Robertson, there's a lot of work coming up here this year with news. Oh, Councillor Smart, continue please.
Sorry, just one more question. Looking at the curb drops installed and knowing how much continued focus we have going ahead on keeping our neighborhood more accessible, I just wondered, is the reason those numbers appear so low because it's quite an expensive item to do? Because it seems like there's a lot of opportunities for curb cuts and they have such a great impact, but I have no idea how expensive and difficult those are to achieve.
Sure. Mr. Bruce, Mr. Robertson. It's also just a noticeable drop expected this year. We ramped them up for a few years, so I think probably that.
Yeah, Deputy Director Rennick, I think, is online and may be able to speak to that.
Mr. Rennick.
Thank you, Your Worship. How's my volume?
Can you just speak a little bit louder and we'll hear you perfectly fine.
Sorry, I'll lean a little bit closer. The curb drops were down in 2022 because a significant portion of the concrete work that's done by Public Works, there's really just the one concrete crew who a lot of their time is spent either doing sidewalk repairs associated with capital projects, of which there were more in 2022. Also, there was a lot of time tied up on the replacement of the trees on Oak Bay Avenue, which meant we did a lot of sidewalk work that did not necessarily have a lot of curb drops associated with it, because those sidewalks on Oak Bay Avenue already have curb drops. However, if there's a desire for more curb drops in the future, that's something that could be done out of the potentially expanded active transportation funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't necessarily going to ask this, but since Mr. Rennick touched on the subject, I will ask it. So in the sidewalk replacements, will we be completing the Oak Bay Avenue sidewalk replacements rehabilitation in 2023?
I'll give that to Mr. Rennick. Mr. Rennick, your blank screen is getting all the hard questions here.
Yes, through you, Mayor. There were the 3 stumps that were pulled and new trees planted last year. There's the one remaining in front of Ivy's bookstore. That project was delayed because the tree roots have started breaking one of BC Hydro's boxes, and there were delays coordinating BC Hydro to come and do the repairs to their box that would have then pushed the project into the Christmas shopping season. We had no interest in causing a major disruption to the sidewalks in the avenue during the Christmas shopping season. So it's our intention to be able to complete that one this year, yes.
Thank you very much. I guess my only other question on this is there's always been this question about, ability to use our staff for certain things and contract for others. And maybe this is probably for Mr. Robertson and Mr. Brozick or maybe Mr. Rennick. One of the questions comes up is always is installing laterals and things of that nature. Is that, maybe this is the wrong place for that, it's more of a policy question of that, but is there any use of third-party contractors to streamline the use of our crews in any way to kind of make sure that they're focused on scheduled work and using either contracted, either third party through homeowners or just contracting ourselves to do some things like, curb cuts and those sorts of, those kind of works. Mr. Robertson?
I'll finally take one. We're having some discussions as to how we undertake work in the future, given that we're going to be having an accelerated construction program. So looking at what in-house resources, how far we can deploy them, and where we're going to be needing supplement from external forces. The other challenge we have with adding more internal resources is space at Public Works. And we're already, as I've learned, very cramped there. So yeah, trying to look at all those things because we know we need to increase our capacity, our output of work. So we've started those discussions this year.
Thank you. And I may just bring Mr. Graham into this conversation as well. One of the things that we have a series. Our facilities are largely aged, much like our infrastructure. And I'm just curious about we have a public safety building that's obviously in need of a refresh. The other one that's close to the top of that list is Public Works. We have a yard that doesn't necessarily meet the needs currently, and is going to struggle with the increased load. So I'm curious about where in the timeline we start looking at some of the more detailed costing or sort of more sort of high level options for Public Works yards specifically, knowing it's not currently our top priority, but depending on funding and opportunities and need based on some of these projects. We know if we want to look at the timelines for that kind of capital, do we have a sense of when that some of that work might be coming back to council? Mr. Robertson or I'm not sure where that's sitting at in the work plan. Mr. Robertson?
I'll speak a little bit about it. Having gone over the yard with Mr. Brozick, yeah, clearly there's a big need there. There's issues from underground fuel tanks to, in the future wanting to install electric charging stations as we would like to transition towards more electric vehicles for our municipal fleet where the opportunities arise. But just capacity, we're looking at things we could do right now just for storage. We have vehicles stored off-site. And also, Public Works is also a key responder in emergencies. And I know in previous places that I've worked, we looked at, what would we be able to access in the case of an earthquake? And the answer was we wouldn't be able to access very much because we would have to dig ourselves out first. And I see much the same situation here. So we've had, just some early talks based on my observations about where this would fit into the schedule. Nothing obviously firmed up yet, but I think it is something that requires some advanced planning.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Mr. Paine?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I could just add a bit to that. As Mr. Graham's portfolio is really under preliminary prioritization, you'll notice in the capital plan that there's the feasibility study that's funding is being requested for the public safety building, and then as well the public works yard feasibility study is in the facilities capital plan as well. So we're recommending that both of those feasibility studies get funded in the capital plan this year. It doesn't necessarily mean that the public works feasibility study fits in the prioritization for his portfolio this year. Certainly the public safety building. There may be, if it turns out that there's some synergies to doing a more comprehensive feasibility study for both of those buildings at the same time, or if there's opportunities for that, that might occur. I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily the case, but certainly something would be considered. So in general, I would answer that the feasibility study for the public works yard is high on the priority list within this 5-year capital plan, so long as council approves funding for it.
Thank you. I'll give my 2 cents. I'd be very supportive of that. I just can certainly see between the limited places we can park large numbers of things in stage, and looking at those 2 projects in synergy probably makes a certain amount of sense as a layperson. So certainly knowing whether it does or not would be, I think, helpful, because it's hard to go backwards if you haven't done the feasibility study. But I'll leave that to the staff's discretion and their knowledge on those pieces. But I'm glad to hear, thank you, that work is being undertaken. Are there any other questions? You almost got away, and then I asked questions, and it reopened the door. Any other questions or comments at this point? We still have Park, Rec, and Culture to get to before we get to capital pieces, which is we're sort of delving into capital a little bit here, but this is very helpful to have the conversation on these pieces. Before I let you go, though, I was starting to say, is there anything for those watching at home? You've seen taxes increase for years, in about 4 or 5 years in a row here. Most of that tax increases have been going into capital works reserves to allow us to start tackling some of our infrastructure deficit. This is the year that you're going to start seeing some of that work kind of starting to ramp up. Is there anything you want to just highlight about what you're expecting to have happen this year, and anything you want to? I'm not sure I'm putting you on the spot here. I'd let you know I was going to ask this question, but I just think it's probably a point of interest, as people have been quite willing funders of the additional work, and probably are curious about where that's sitting at right now. Mr. Robertson.
Yes, thank you for the question. We're right in the process right now of about to conduct interviews for the 4 positions. So we're hopeful to have new staff starting up in the spring, which will finally bring us to a complement where we can really get into a lot of the project development. Also, this spring, we will have the results back from our pavement and sidewalk and curb condition assessment that we've noted here, and our streetlight pole and traffic signal pole assessments done, and our last master plan done. And all those pieces, then we will start to weave together to put a comprehensive 5-year plan together. And then also ramping up on the active transportation file. Again, we'll have more resources to be able to do that. The other challenges, traditionally we would reach out to consultants to supplement, but they're also running at capacity and are hard to get getting them as quickly as we would maybe 5 years ago. So there'll be a lot of the planning work going this year to prioritize things, and we'll be bringing a report forward about that, and just the overall state of the infrastructure and how we plan to approach it to try and get to the highest priority items first, and to make sure that we're doing things in a coordinated way. And also bringing into that, you know, on the surface level, looking at a complete streets approach to say, when we are going into a road, doing a comprehensive upgrade of utilities, and we're dealing with a lot of the surface, how do we bring that into play as well? So there's work to be done finishing off the plan for completing the handbook for complete streets. So there's an awful lot on a very compact engineering group, for sure.
Thank you for that update. I think it's helpful for all of us to hear. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good discussion around some of the future objectives we're working towards. That's very good to hear. Just wondering on signs in the district. There's quite a variety of all kinds of signs, from, you know, road signs to certainly signs along Willows Beach waterfront or near Turkey Head and whatnot. Where does responsibility for sign review and planning, where's the responsibility lie for that?
Is that in your department, Mr. Robertson?
Yes, through the mayor, that's within engineering, and Public Works does the install and refresh where necessary.
And I think there's some parks-related signs as well, in some cases for around the beaches and so forth.
And just a quick follow-up on that, there's quite a bit of evidence around the district that many of the signs are quite worn. And so I'm just wondering where it will fit into the overall planning. I know it's just one other piece of everything that has to be looked at. And perhaps some of it also borders on the communication strategy for the district in having a brand identity for a lot of our signage too. But quite a bit of it is definitely showing signs of wear and tear. Thank you.
Mr. Robertson?
I guess that's a sign of the times. Sorry.
That's the whole answer?
No. No, I can add to that. Yes, I will. I've just been made aware last week of a detailed sign review that was conducted sometime, I think, in the last year or 2 years. So just getting up to date with that, because it made a number of recommendations of signs that needed to be addressed, or other traffic signage issues as well. So I believe we'll get a lot of that information through there.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you for your answers. Mr. Meikle, our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture, has been sitting here patiently and ready to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So we'll begin with some of the accomplishments in the Parks, Rec and Culture Department from 2022 and some of the things that are underway in 2023. And we've prepared a bit more of a detailed financial presentation and discussion. And you'll notice in the financial plan, we've gone through additional effort this year to outline some of the risks and opportunities in that department. Given that we're coming to an end of the COVID-19 Restart Grant that helps fund some of the revenues that were lost over COVID. So in 2022, the department resurfaced all 7 of its indoor tennis courts and replaced the roof over the arena and the indoor sports field, which was a significant project. The department hosted part of the BC 55 Plus games and successfully implemented $10 a day childcare subsidy program. And the arena chiller is almost completely replaced there. That was funded by a grant. The department was successful in applying for a grant for $524,000. In 2023, some of the things that you can expect to see, the new electronic Zamboni is going to be replaced. I believe it's on order at the moment. The department plans to install energy efficient tennis bubble heating system. And I believe that tender came before council just recently. In fact, the department would like to undertake a process to complete the detailed design of Carnarvon Park. I know that's a source of a lot of excitement in the community. Something that had been delayed over COVID was the Carnarvon Park design as well. And then the department intends on replacing several playground equipments, Henderson and Kiwanis. Another thing that was delayed over COVID, there was a number of playground replacements that had been planned in our financial plans, but were delayed through the COVID years. So some exciting things as the department is getting back to regular operations. And we'll be in year 2 of the Cool Kit program as well. So I just want to discuss some of the financial implications of the department budget as it stands right now. You'll notice here on this is on page, page 109 of the agenda, which is page 69 of the financial plan. We've integrated additional financial implications in here, and you can notice the financial recovery rate in the budget and actual historical information there. You notice in 2021, due to great uncertainty, the budget financial recovery rate, the budgeted financial recovery rate dropped to 39.2%, and in 23, it's projected to rebound to about 56%. That's slightly less than the actual performance in 2022. Notice in 2022, the actual performance was 59.2%. Now that is close to our pre-COVID financial target. You know, I would say the 2020 financial target was 65.6% financial recovery rate. So there has been significant financial performance growth in this division. The question though remains is whether it will rebound to that amount and how fast, and will we have enough of the COVID-19 restart grant to get us through to that, assuming that we do get back there. So we're going to ask council some questions of how you want to approach that this year, so we have some time and no surprises in the 2024 budget. So, for instance, we've been as mentioned, we've been using the COVID-19 restart grant to offset reduced revenues. The budget uses $1.4 million this year. So, if the budget is as planned, that'll leave only $500,000 in 2023. So you'll notice if the financial recovery rate is exactly the same as this year, that's approximately $800,000 to $1 million of additional revenue gap there. In 2024, we've budgeted for a 10% increase in revenue growth and a 3% increase in expense growth. So even with that, we're looking at a 2.5% tax increase to fit that shortfall. Like I said, there is some optimism that we can do better than that, especially given a couple of years. But given that there's some uncertainty, we need to ask council what the preferred approach is. So that's approximately a 4% tax increase gap. There are planned fee increases to help offset the impact of inflationary pressures. The director and his staff have taken a very thorough look at the fees. And the idea there is to improve the financial performance without having the deterrent effect of less volume. So we want to increase the volume of folks that visit our Parks, Rec, and Culture facilities, and there is a tipping point there, right, where the fees actually detract from the amount of volumes. Notice here that the projected volumes and how much they've increased from 2020 are significant, right? In 2020, during the pandemic, 500,000 visits. 2022, 1.2 million visits to the facilities. So what a versatile department, just navigating those changes, right? We've done a comprehensive risk management exercise, and I'll just draw your attention to it, Council. We won't go through it in detail here, but we've outlined all of the risks and opportunities in every division that exists, and then we've taken proactive steps to sort of quantify what that means. So, for instance, we look at every single division. Let's use aquatics as an example, and we we identify qualitatively whether or not there's capacity for greater revenue. So have we reached the maximum potential there, or have we not? And if we have not, there's opportunity for growth as long as the market supports that. Aquatis is an example where there is capacity for greater revenue. And if that is achieved, that would have a really good impact on our financial performance. You take a look at some other areas like arena, pretty well using our arena to full capacity. Demand for that rebounded immediately after COVID. So we don't have any opportunity there really of greater revenue. So when you add all of these together, there is opportunity for us to return to pre-COVID financial performance, but it really just depends on market demand. We're heading into some uncertain times. There was a recession priced into the market. We're not really sure if that's going to occur, and if it does occur, how does that impact the Parks, Rec, and Culture facilities? There's a lot of uncertainty there. So one of the things that we wanted to ask, which I think council needs to answer specifically, maybe not tonight, maybe at the wrap-up meeting tomorrow or thereafter, is how do you want us to approach the 2024 budget? So assume, for example, that the financial performance that is budgeted in the 2023 budget continues into 2024. There's a 4% tax increase gap in the funding that's required to provide existing services. Does council want us to consider service reductions? Does council not want us to consider service reductions and price in the tax increases, assuming that you want to maintain those existing service levels, or perhaps a combination thereof? And if you do want us to consider that, the appropriate process would be to tell us now so that we can have some options before next year's budget, rather than putting you on the spot with 2 meetings in budget next year. So we'll probably put that specific question in next year, in the next meeting. Do you want us to bring forward options for service reductions, or is that just off the table, and to integrate the financial implications of that moving forward? One thing that I'm reminded of in terms of recreational services, that it tends to thrive on long-term loyalty. So the folks that use those services, the continuity of service is built up, but much of that momentum can be interrupted if there are service reductions, and it can take a long time to recover that continuity of your client base. So if council would like to consider service reductions, you have to take into consideration the long-term service reduction impact on the long-term budget, but that would be fully discussed in any analysis that's requested from council for staff. So with that, council, I'll conclude the operating budget presentation for Parks, Rec, and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paine, I go to questions of either Mr. Paine or Mr. Meikle. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite, and then Councillor Green.
Thanks very much. There's some great information in here. There's a couple of things I just wanted to point out, and that's under the public school volunteer hours. There's like 4,400 hours that are volunteered within our community. I think that speaks volumes to how engaged our community is within our Parks, Rec, and Culture, and what great volunteers we have that are able to facilitate that. There's under, on page 70, and page 71, under the arena and the indoor sports field, there was a really interesting point, and it was talking about how we've secured new insurance options for individual private renters to obtain insurance without being part of an organized group sport, which could increase rentals. So I'm wondering if we can touch on that, because I found that fascinating that we're able to do that. So thank you.
I might give that to Mr. Meikle, and it'd probably be helpful for us to understand what sort of scale of impact that might have financially.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just making sure you can hear me okay.
We can, loud and clear. We can see you too.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, I've also got a bit of a cold myself, so if I start coughing, might have to mute myself for a second. But yeah, we've taken a look at options. So one of the things that happens, I'll backtrack a little bit here. We have individual groups, so even families, for example, that wish to rent. I'll use our indoor sports field as the prime example. So want to rent that for family playtime or for a birthday party scenario, or a gathering with family and friends. And insurance rates, as Director Paine had alluded to much earlier in the presentation tonight, insurance rates have increased in general. So it became prohibitive for those kinds of more casual groups, if you like, to rent the facility themselves. So we have some time and spaces available in the indoor sports field in particular, where we could make it available for family playtime, for example. And so we've been looking into some different options for those groups to purchase insurance on their own, of their own accord, or through us with the insurance providers that are much more affordable, provide different options such as insurance for a 1 hour time frame. That has not existed readily in the past. So I think it just provides some different options for rentals of that facility, and for those rentals, we do require those groups to purchase insurance. But I hope that answers that question and clarifies that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's really interesting, because I know that for other groups that are looking to, and I'll use the BIA for example, when they're looking to run an event or something on the avenue, that's one of the big areas that they have trouble with, is the cost of insurance. So that might be something we might be able to push through onto other groups, perhaps. I'm not sure. The next question I have was on page 72 under the tennis, and there was another interesting point that said that there may be potential, there may be the potential for sponsorships for hosting tennis tournaments, and I'm not sure if we've ever done a sponsorship within my time in the municipality. So I'm very interested to hear about how that might come about, because that could save or bring in money.
Yeah, Mr. Rennick? Mr.
Meikle? Mr. Meikle? Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Council. Yeah, I think this one would need to, I'm just in the process of doing a bit of background research on this, and my understanding is that we really haven't taken a look at opportunities for sponsorships. There's some existing practices of no advertising in the building, which I think has been a long-standing policy here in Oak Bay. So we would look to bring something forward to council in this next year that proposes some of those opportunities for sponsorships. And of course, once you get into sponsorships, you're broaching that subject of advertising. So it's only worthwhile for sponsors really if they can post their banner, or so tennis is a prime example where I'll use, not to pick on any business in particular, but Wilson, for example, would be to come into the facility to either set up a table and or put a banner up and look at advertising some of their wares specifically to tennis players. So it's that combination of sponsorship and advertising, but I think we've got some policy work to get there.
Thank you so much. And then lastly, it's more a comment, and that is how proud I am actually of Parks, Rec and Culture, because a lot of the comments that I receive from people in the community is around how wonderful they think our culture area is right now, as far as the statues that we put out in the community for Arts Alive, the concerts that we put on at Willows Beach, and the concerts that get put on upstairs in the rec center. I hear more people commenting on that, and about what the high level of talent that goes and performs at the rec center. And it's right here in Oak Bay. They don't have to drive anywhere. They can walk, and it makes me very proud to see what kind of programs your area puts on. So I just want to thank you for that, and for you to push that through to your staff as well, because I think we should be very proud of all of those things within the budget that we have that we're able to put on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I'm just looking at the time here. We're at 8:53. I know, Councillor Watson, I think you have to leave pretty close to 9, but I think it'd be nice to at least resolve this and maybe get a start at a look at the capital and and at least maybe give any direction related to the operational pieces that we dealt with today or last time. So I want to just sort of look to wrap this up, but if we can perhaps extend this meeting until, say, 9:30, or
That
9,
motion.
so move to 9:30, moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? And I appreciate, Councillor Watson, you may have to leave partway through this, but we'll just keep going here. And of course, this is you can come back and look at the conversation that happened as later on the video stream. All right. Sorry, my speaking list here, I had Councillor Braithwaite, Councillor Green next.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Mr. Paine and Mr. Meikle. I really appreciated the risk assessment that you did in the chart where you have listed medium, high, low, etc. Are those projections over the next 2 years or until 2024? Just a question, only because we just recently entertained Mr. Meikle's request for reduced program and servicing with the aquatics and the pool in particular. So, and he's going to reassess that over, about the end of 2024. So I'm just wondering, these could easily change or be adjusted, I'm assuming, during the total five-year window. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Paine.
Your Worship, I would say that they're not particularly projections. They're opportunity for maximizing capacity should the market allow for it. So again, I'll use aquatics as an example. There's room, there's capacity for more patrons more often. Whether or not that materializes depends on people's use of the facilities and choices.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you to the staff. Thank you very much for the report. It's good to see such detailed information coming forward, given the challenges that we continue to face in the department. I guess Mr. Paine did refer to the opportunity to perhaps consider reducing services, but I think in order to get to that decision at the council table, it would be also very useful to know or be able to gauge to some extent the number of users that any decisions we make would impact on. And I don't know if that information is available through any of the systems we have, but I know certainly if I was to consider changing the service options, I would like to know the impacts on the number of users.
Thanks for that comment, Councillor Braithwaite, or Councillor Patterson. See, as soon as we get close to 9 o'clock, my chairing skills just fall off the cliff.
Close to 9?
Close to 9. Councillor Smart. Close to anything.
I just wanted to ask, going forward now in the second year of the Cool Kit project, how the possible implementation of projects that are coming out of Cool Kit, a lot of them being planting of trees, but potentially other things, how in the future they are potentially going to relate to the park's budget, or just is that something that needs to be directed from council? Because what I see happening is we've got this amazing program, and now there's all of these neighborhoods that have all these projects that they want to do, and is that, I guess, I'm curious how that's going to relate to the budget going forward, and if there's a sense from Parks of how that might work, or if that's something really at council we have to direct.
Sure. Mr. Meikle, is that something you're able to speak to? I'm not sure if Mr. Hidley is with us tonight as well. That might be able to be more specific, but I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Smart. I'll take a quick stab at it and then may turn it over to Mr. Hidley. My understanding and what we're seeing thus far from Cool Kit neighborhood groups is sort of what I would say is more project-based initiatives. So those projects we're starting to see them come forward to council, and I would anticipate that some of those would land on council priority discussions into the future. So an example was the group that proposed the B Street Bowker Creek walkway and parking lot adjustments here at the rec center. So those kinds of project-based funding requests, if you like, or initiative requests would, I believe, come forward to council for further discussion and would likely require what we're seeing so far as capital requests of some kind. So they're more projects of that nature, one-time projects. We do have in the ongoing plan for parks is increased, continued increase in tree planting and continued increase in meeting the goals of the urban forest strategy. Mr. Hylay and myself will be bringing forward an update to the urban forest strategy, hopefully later in the spring here. We're hitting that 5-year point since the implementation or first implementation of the urban forest strategy. So some of those items that we'll hear from Cool Kit projects or Cool Kit neighborhood groups will come through, I think, that process as well, and just through our they'll kind of match up, if you like, with our general operating principles within parks. But the majority, I would say, it appears thus far will likely come forward as projects. I'd maybe ask Mr. Hydley if he has any further comment there.
Sure, Mr. Hydley.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the Cool Kit is still a work in progress. There's still a lot of areas that that we need to begin to work and develop on. Urban agriculture is certainly one. Director Meikle did mention trees. One of the conversations we're beginning to have is to encourage all participants to begin to look at their yards, in particular, in a different light, a light that would kind of reflect something that is more ecologically friendly, and to look at the yard as being a working towards the environment with the plants you choose and how you manage rainwater. So the discussions really are ongoing, and what will come out of them all is good things, but we're also going to have things that'll be a little bit of a challenge in how we're going to kind of manage them financially, especially with some of the ideas like the upper rec center parking lot and Dalhousie and such. So there's still a lot of discussion going on, and what comes out of that discussion will be pretty positive, and it's just putting all the blocks in place. So we're still working on that.
Thanks, Mr. Hudley. Anything else? Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, so I guess just to clarify then, just looking ahead from a financial and budgeting point of view, is it, I'm just wondering, will the Parks Department come to council to sort of suggest if a scenario is needed, like a matching grant program or some kind of program in which to avoid, say, 20 different projects coming to us throughout the year? Will it come from Parks, or should council kind of get ahead of what this might become?
Mr. Meikle?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. That is a good question, and I think certainly would leave some of that to council's discretion, how they would like to do that. We've had some preliminary discussions about the potential of kind of a grant program. It's not in this year's budget. We've, as Mr. Hydley has alluded to, we're into that second year of the Cool Kit, and still feels as though it's some development happening. So, when you formulate these kind of grassroots, community level programs where you're initiating these kinds of discussions in the neighborhoods and building neighborhood capacity for projects, it's a little bit hard to predict where things will go. So we've seen some larger projects, as we've talked about, and likely we'll see some smaller ones. And we're trying to gauge, I think, how best to move forward with that. So I would suggest it could come forward either way. We're certainly we'll be looking for council's direction if we bring something forward, or council takes that step first.
Thank you, Mr. Meikle. Thank you. Just for my clarity, a lot of the Cool Kit pieces were intended to help raise people's awareness and get them working on projects on their own property, not so much district doing things. Is that being there was some mention there from Mr. Heideley, so maybe I'll go to you. Just, is that what you're seeing, is that those sort of projects are also are going forward? And have you heard from people that they're at some point looking for additional funds to help them for their own on-site work?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes and no. There's both going on. So there's a lot of, quite a few trees have been put in that have been requested by members of the participants of the Cool Kit. And lots of discussion beginning on how we can begin to kind of link all the other pieces that are a benefit to climate and GHG reductions with all of the various groups. And we're still really kind of working on that and how we're going to be doing that. But
okay.
I will take the moment just to plug a quick workshop that's coming up with two people on the 23rd that is one of our Cool Kit talks that is specifically related to what you can do with your house itself to begin to reduce GHGs.
Great, thank you for that plug. That was March 23rd, is that what you said?
March 23rd, Windsor Pavilion, 7 p.m.
March 23rd, Windsor Pavilion, 7 p.m. Thank you. I took this away. I followed up in your question, so I'll go back to you. And I don't want to spend all of our time on Cool Kit because there's a lot of stuff in this budget, but please continue, Councillor Smart. You still have the floor.
Yeah, just one more quick comment related to that, having been in on some of the Cool Kit involvement, that there wasn't really strict boundaries in the brainstorming to people's own private property. And in fact, there was a lot of conversations that addressed the street in front of the house, the public right-of-way, the neighborhood in general. And so I do sense that there's going to be a lot of interest from the community in developing public spaces related to private spaces. And we may need to get in front of that, but for another conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton and then Green, I think was my order.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I would take this opportunity to remind Council that there is, in fact, climate action grant money assigned in the budget. It currently sits under the building and planning process, and this was something that Council approved, in the wake of the Community Climate Action Working Group. What is missing is the structure around how those grants will be dispersed. Staff have not really had as I understand it, it's not as high a priority, and I can understand a bandwidth limitation to that's not necessarily going to be within current capacity. But I guess I would ask staff to potentially comment on that fund is ongoing and sits there in the budget and has not as yet been dispersed. What I guess I would, and I don't mean to put staff on the spot, but what in the light of many of the projects now bubbling up through the Cool Kit, primarily with contact to Parks, Rec and Culture, how would we best roll those funds out to people who wanted to do that? How could we do a quick start as far as a framework for dispersing those grants, and what would be required for council direction to get that to happen?
I'm not sure who to direct that to. Mr. Paine, I'm probably going to just go back to you because I think this kind of boils down to, from a process perspective, if we have funds here and we decide that the granting process could maybe be more effectively and short-term used here, is there anything required in our budget process to see that happen? Is there any direction required? Here.
Yeah, Your Worship. First, I'll confirm that there's there's about $31,000 climate action grants and rebates in the community building and planning budget, and it's been there for several years, about 2-3 years. But really, where the challenge is that there's been no rebate program developed. So, what criteria do we use? What are we trying to achieve? I do believe that was in the community building and planning work plan. Years ago, I believe there was some work done on that. You'd have to ask Director Bull if that is still currently in the work plan, or what the progress on the design of that rebate program. Pardon me.
Sure, Mr. Bull, do you have a status of where that work is?
To you, Mayor.
no, I'm not entirely aware of what might have done in the past. I am aware of the retrofit program and that specific project that has budget from the last council term. That's on my radar to action this year. But yeah, the program, the wider, different program, maybe the retrofit program ties into this budget allowance. But I have no other plans or pending project as far as I know for this existing budget.
Okay, yeah, so there's a retrofit program, and then there's also the community climate action grant piece, which is less defined. So, okay, so that probably should come back for some clarification to this body, but if you don't have it at hand, then we will leave it for now, I think. Councillor Appleton?
Well, as long as that, I would like a structured sort of report back about what potential next steps could be to design that. I mean, if we need to assess what it's going to take in terms of staff time and what it might take in resourcing to design that's fine. But I guess if a formal motion's needed to have staff be directed to bring back information about, you know, the next steps in that granting program, then I'd be pleased to make that motion if that's required.
Thank you. I'll turn to staff in terms of what's required here. If Ms. Williams, I'll take your direction on this one. Do you want to see a motion related to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that's always the best course of action so that we can follow up on it.
So I'm going to then, on the fly here, and Mr. Coates is not with us tonight to type, so Ms. Beal is here. So where do we, I'm just thinking an appropriate motion would be just to direct staff to come back with an update on the status of the two granting programs. Is that sufficient, Councillor Appleton?
Well, at this stage of the game, Your Worship, I think Mr. Bowl has said that, you know, that the Building and Planning Department, and he can confirm, but that's the Building and Planning Department is casting their mind to the building retrofit piece, which is one of the two. I think for this specific one, I think it might be best to confine it to the climate action grant and rebate component and have staff report back on whether or not the feasibility and the resource requirements involved in designing the granting program and what the potential, you know, who the department of the district that it would best be delivered through and what the potential timeline would be.
In terms of a motion, I'm just trying to think of how to just, I appreciate that. That's helpful, I think, in terms of the clarity of what the ask is. So now I'm just going to turn back to staff and ask how that might be just put into a motion. I think we need information back on all of that. Sure, thank you. Mr. Meikle, you had your hand up as well. You want to just talk to us before we put this up on screen?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just curious here if this discussion is meant to consider how we might marry the Cool Kit program with the climate action grants. Am I overstepping there, or look? That's where this started from. So I just wanted some clarification there, and certainly we can go from there.
Go ahead, Councillor Appleton. You can.
If I might, Your Worship, just to respond to Mr. Meikle's comments, and I appreciate that. I guess I would say, in my mind anyway, and I will defer to my colleagues, in my mind, yes, that it would be a grant to react to, you know, to connect with projects being generated through the Cool Kit program, but potentially in the future, not exclusively specifically tied to the Cool Kit. That may also be a value that council may also wish to fund, but without criteria, of course, we don't have that. So I guess I think right now the Cool Kit program participants are best placed to generate a project that might be subject to a grant, but in the future there may be other community groups that may wish to access a grant that aren't exclusively in the Cool Kit program, if it were.
Thanks for that clarification. I'm not sure. I think until I saw the report back that I would 100% agree with that. I think it's potentially that's part of it, but it could be something separate. I think the wording that's put up here, though, just so we can kind of deal with the motion that's coming up here, That staff be directed to prepare a report on the status of the climate action grant and rebate, outlining the feasibility and the resource requirements for designing the grant program. It's good typing, by the way. And identify the department and timeline recommended. Captures all of what was said there. Identify should be identifying, though, just so it's in the same text or context as the outlining. But other than that, Councillor Appleton, is that sufficient for your motion?
So moved, Your Worship.
Is there a seconder? Seconded, okay. I think you've talked to it. Councillor Green, I saw your hand.
Yeah, and I appreciate the comments and the discussion. And my only caution here is this is where we have to be really careful about how we manage expectations in the public arena. And I pick up on your comments about whether are we talking about private property versus public spaces. I think we have to be very clear because, again, we don't want to disappoint, but we don't want to overcommit on balance with all of the other things that we're dealing with. But I agree that if you're going to pursue this line of action, that you require a framework, certainly. And I like Mr. Meikle's suggestion about putting the two together. They are related. So, and it is a holistic approach as well. But I really want us to be careful that we don't create expectations that we can't meet. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Watson?
Thank you, Mayor. It's a question probably for Director Paine, just about the size of that grant pool at the moment and whether it gets replenished or is it just a static amount? Where did the original funds come from, and is that going to change?
Mr. Paine?
Your Worship, excellent question. I believe the district retrofitted its streetlights with LED, and as a result, there was significant energy savings. And in 2020, I believe that was redirected to this rebate program. Although the rebate program, to my knowledge, the terms of reference for it were never developed, and that's where.
How much? $30,000?
Yes, I apologize. I didn't answer the other half of your question. It's in the budget permanently, so every year there's a $30,000 bucket of rebates.
Thank you. And I think it speaks to just appropriate management. We have funding in the budget for something. We better have some, either we're implementing it or we're going to just stop funding it, because it doesn't make much sense to have the funds going in and not a program attached to it. So I think this is a very, very supportable motion as it stands. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. Thank you. Councillor Upland, you still have the floor. Is there anything else you want to ask? No. Councillor Green? I had to do my speaking order next after Councillor Appleton.
Oh, I think that's a mistake. I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Meikle, at the last meeting, I raised the idea of, I asked if it was possible to get some information about the boulevard maintenance and staffing. And I know in the past it's been it made sense from using up additional staff time, et cetera, in the summer. But I'm curious if you have any sort of additional sort of feedback on the viability of that. Because it's something that we provide as a service, but we only recover a certain percentage of costs. And it's not necessarily alignment with good climate action goals in the first place. So perhaps if you can't, I understand, but if you can provide an update, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, so my general understanding of the Boulevard program, so it's obviously supported by taxes. It's the Boulevard tax. Now, generally, it's if you were to take out, there's within the expenses of that program, there's full-time staff allotted to the program itself, and so removing the full-time staff complement from that piece, it's essentially a break-even kind of program. Those Boulevard taxes that come in and the expenses that are used to maintain that. So I think it becomes that question for council in terms of service delivery and service levels around the aesthetic care of boulevards. We may risk some loss of trees, and certainly trying to establish new trees on the boulevards can be difficult given some of the potential soil issues or lack of soil in some of those boulevard areas, the need for water over the first couple of years of a tree's growth to get them established. So I think some of those impacts would need to be considered. There's also impacts around leaf cleanup on all the taxed boulevards, and would need to do some work with Public Works on that piece. And I think a lot of it just comes down to those pieces of irrigation, the turf health, the tree health. I think when you speak in terms of climate issues, trees are a very important component of that, and a large portion of our public urban tree canopy is on boulevards outside of obviously what's in parks. So I think there's some considerations there. Again, I don't know that you'd find a great deal of savings in changing or, stopping the program altogether. There'd be a reallocation of those full-time staff hours that have been allotted to or allocated to the Boulevard program. That reallocation of those staff hours may lead to picking up some capacity issues elsewhere that may avoid us coming forward with staff requests in the future. That's a little hard or uncertain to predict at this moment, but there's that potential. But in the immediate, I think it's really that issue of the aesthetics of boulevards, the establishment of trees on boulevards, and where council wish to go with that service level there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miko. I think that the concern I had, was on looking at ending it was just if there was and this is, prior to your time, I think, but on Parks and Rec's answers in the past has largely been, and maybe Mr. Hadley knows more about this, but just that work was largely done with people sort of, at the end of their shift or something, could come around and mow a few boulevards, so the incremental cost wasn't high, and it was able to be done sort of within that, and allowed us to have higher staff levels for other pieces. So I just know that we have a staff crunch now, and it's harder to get people, and maybe that's not quite such an issue where we have excess staff time even available. And so I thought of all the years to talk about it. So I appreciate the answer. I think fair enough. It comes back to this table. It doesn't sound like it would have a big impact on the budget one way or the other. So I think probably would need some notice to be given in any case, but something maybe we turn our mind to as a council as to whether or not we decide we don't want it. It'd probably be a future year change that we probably want to give some notice to people that those services would stop so they can make other arrangements. Okay, thank you for that answer. Are there any other questions of staff at this time for Parks, Rec and Culture? Thank you for that. Mr. Paine, you wanted us to have a brief discussion in terms of the service level pieces as well tonight, correct?
Your Worship, we would benefit from some direction at some point during budget deliberations. I envision next week, as part of the financial plan overview, having a series of specific questions that we would like council or a request for direction on a couple specific things, such as non-market change and et cetera. That would definitely be one of those that we would request direction from. So it could be today if you wish and had time, or at least it would be asked of you next week.
I think we have a moment here to just start the conversation and get our minds around it. So I'm not entirely clear after that overview and looking back on it now what service level pieces would it's being contemplated for being reduced to save funds. So we have a fair bit of and I agree with this approach just for the council's knowledge. I think I became a bit of a pain in the Parks and Rec and Culture every time budget came around, because I would always look at the projected revenue and the actuals, and the projected was always significantly lower than the actuals had been, and lagged it quite a lot. And then of course COVID hit, and we used that gap to help fund the difference. So I think it's there to kind of manage those pieces. But at the end of the day, I think. Yeah, we should have to look at these pieces in terms of I guess how optimistic or pessimistic we want to look at the revenue stream in terms of some of these pieces as well. We've done it again this time. I mean, I think we're looking at drawing down that reserve from the COVID fund, but we've projected that would run out instead of in 2 years for a few years running now. So I appreciate that it's being cautious. So I guess first question is, if we are being overly cautious and things turn out okay, would there be this discussion happening at all in next year's Park Rec and Culture discussion? If we're sort of online with where we hope to be, is that the service level question wouldn't come up at all. Is that fair?
Your Worship, what we're trying to avoid is coming back next year, recognizing that the financial implications, the worst case scenario has happened, and then at that point asking if you want service level reduction. So instead, what we would say is, do you want us to explore different options? And we would certainly take into account, we would present options that had the lowest community impact for the highest financial benefit, and have those options available for council consideration in the next budget. Now, if the financial performance came to fruition where that was not necessary, we would say you do not need to have this conversation in order to solve the 4% funding gap, or you could still proceed with that conversation nonetheless. So the idea here is it would give us some time to provide options if council wants those options. Now, if council is dead set on funding the existing service levels, regardless of the financial performance next year, there's no need for this exercise whatsoever. But if it does turn out that we need to find a 4% tax increase to maintain existing service levels next year, you don't want to be faced with that option without staff being given some time to explore the various opportunities.
Can I flip that question around a little bit and ask the question of, I guess this would be Mr. Meikle more than you, Mr. Paine. Are there investments that we should be making that would change the trajectory or the attractiveness of our services in areas that provide high levels of revenue return? Are there ways that we can use this year where we may have a bit of extra capital funding available to make some investments that would make possible more programs or services that would drive additional revenues in areas that are actually profitable for us and help allow us to offset some of these potential downs in other areas? Mr. Meikle?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's a bit of a challenging one to answer. I think nothing is in the short term. Let's put it that way. So, new spaces certainly would have some potential. So, Carnarvon Park building is on the agenda, is on the slate to begin that process, and that certainly has the potential. With what we've seen at the Windsor Pavilion as an example or as a model, and we're seeing back to some growth in rentals and usage of the Windsor Pavilion since the pandemic. So we're again starting to increase revenue generation there. Certainly one of the, there may be a few other pieces that might be helpful in the long term. One of the things that's on the slate this year is purchase of or replacement of our cardio equipment in the fitness studio. And people within the fitness market, for example, are attracted to and do spend their discretionary dollars where there is the equipment that they're most attracted to, and that's often the shiny new pieces of fitness equipment. And we have done some work getting some feedback from our patrons around what pieces of equipment would make some difference there. So there's a couple of pieces in particular that people are looking for. So there's those kinds of things. Again, tough to predict how much in terms of new clientele or new participants that may bring in. I think one of the things that we'd be looking at though is addressing our staffing challenges in particular. So we did include in this budget some money, I believe I mentioned last time, to support staff in obtaining certifications. So, for example, lifeguarding certifications, which as we talked about recently in the pool hours discussion, has been a hindrance, and certainly being able to bring on and continue to train and upgrade our staff in that level would be important. It would add to things like our swimming lessons and the amount of people we can take within swimming lessons, the ability to offer higher end or higher level private lessons in swimming. Similar could also be seen in terms of training fitness staff and offering more private one-on-one fitness training sessions. So, it's not in the capital end of things, but I think helping us address those staffing challenges would be one place where we might benefit from some funding this year.
Okay, I think the short answer was no. Probably nothing that we can do in the short term to do it. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to turn it around a little bit on that. It is 9:30 right now, so 9:29. So I think we're getting pretty close to wrapping this up. But I'm just going to ask, can we just extend it to 10, and then we'll just make sure we're trying to.
I'll make a motion to extend to 10.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Thank you. Any? Okay with this? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. We'll try not to go there. Are there any other questions of Mr. Meikle at this time, or any of the other members of staff that would be addressing Parks, Rec, and Culture? Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm trying to keep it brief. I'm interested in the line of thought about essentially in Mr. Meikle's comments about essentially the competitiveness of our recreation facilities and how that might generate revenue, and it's an interesting component. I'm just wondering to what extent, and I can imagine that Mr. Meikle and his staff are doing this on an ongoing basis, but to what extent is it necessary for Parks, Rec, and Culture to essentially almost develop almost to the extent of a business plan or a competitiveness plan, doing a scan of other similar facilities in the region and where we might optimize our delivery and where we might, essentially fill a role? I know that we draw people from, significant number of people from outside of Oak Bay. Is there a need for almost a strategic marketing and an outreach plan for that type of to maximize returns?
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. And Mr. Meikle, I'll give this to you to talk a little bit about what we do and what we might do. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Council. Yeah, I mean, we constantly are in the place of competition analysis, so to speak, or market analysis. We work quite closely with the other regional recreation centers, but we're also, particularly in fitness, looking at the private sector as well and what their offerings look like. Now, I think some would argue at this point in time, what you tend to see in the fitness industry is more niche focused attention. So people who are more interested in heavy lifting, for example, or a particular type of fitness, CrossFit, one example that comes to mind, they will gravitate towards those private businesses. We tend to serve obviously the general population, and we serve all ages. And so that has its pros and cons. I think for us, one of the pieces that we want to continue to market is just that kind of the comprehensive look at fitness and health and wellness for individuals. So with an annual pass, for example, it's pretty rare, if at all, I'm not familiar with one in Greater Victoria, that's for sure, where you'd buy an annual pass to a fitness center, for example, and also have access to a pool, a hot tub, a sauna, ice skating, and drop-in sports, drop-in fitness classes, etc. So kind of presenting and marketing that the actual value of those annual passes is on our radar for this next year. One of the other pieces that I'll mention, just to follow up and backtrack on the mayor's last question, I think an area that we're turning our attention to in the near future would be looking at improving accessibility options within our centers. So we've had a few concerns with our pool over this last year. Some of the stairways, etc., need some updating. So looking at how we maintain or how we increase those accessibility options for the public, and those may be some shorter term fixes that we can look at over this next year or 2 years that may actually help us bring in additional people who see barriers elsewhere to attending. I think we have a greater responsibility and probably a greater level of flexibility, adaptability to address some of those accessibility concerns for a large segment of the population.
Mr. Beagle, Councillor Appleton, anything else?
No, Your Worship, but if you'd permit, I think in the interest of giving staff the direction that they're seeking here, I would make a motion that a review of service levels be prepared in advance of the 2024 budget discussions, specifically for Parks, Rec, and Culture, Your Worship.
Fair. So just, I'm going to turn to staff and see if that's sort of the direction that staff is looking for, just to give that authorization to go do that work. Is that sufficient, Mr. Paine?
Your Worship, because I understand the intent, I would say that it's sufficient. It would be ideal to identify the objective of identifying improved financial performance as part of that review.
Is that?
And Your Worship, if I appreciate that Council putting this motion on the floor for today. If it helps, we can prepare a motion for the next budget meeting to that effect, or most certainly what's being proposed today is acceptable as well.
I'll just go back to the mover. It hasn't been seconded yet. Do you wish to just leave it for the time being and come back next week with something that's a bit more fleshed out?
I think I think I get, if that is the general will of council, if there is a general appetite for moving that forward and to develop the details between now and the next meeting, then that's fine. I think from what I understand, Mr. Paine is asking us for here is essentially whether or not there is an appetite for even entertaining such a concept, which I believe that there is, or at least in my view there is. So if we proceed on that assumption, then the details could then follow.
Before I go to a seconder, it's kind of odd. We kind of have a motion half form. So I'm just going to just get a sense here, and if that's. I wasn't going to second. I was going to comment. No, I think I'll take a couple of comments. We're in committee of the whole here. I'll take it a little less formally, and if I'm just going to really ask do we want to make a motion here, or do we want to just leave it for next week and have it come back with some suggestions? But I'm just going to go around. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for asking. I would prefer to defer it and follow the offer of Mr. Paine for his staff to draft something for us to consider, because there's some questions. One of them is, what is your department's capacity to do this kind of service level review? I'm assuming it's a fairly comprehensive task, and if I'm wrong about that, please let me know. So I have some questions around capacity, resourcing, and will this impact any other priorities that we've already identified? And I appreciate that we need to do this at some point, and I would agree certainly in principle, but I need to understand the mechanics a little better. Thank you.
So just for clarity, I think what's being asked for to come back is a motion that encapsulates the intention of having staff bring forward what would be the impact if we were to, what are the options for reducing service levels that could accommodate what would it actually look like if we were faced with the situation of having to either cut costs to meet budget, or of course or raise taxes to pay for services. So raising taxes to pay for services is pretty straightforward, but is that fairly what we're sort of going to be looking at? So I don't think we should give this direction to staff if there's no interest in even contemplating any changes to service levels. But I think what I'm hearing so far is that we should look at it and come back, but we haven't had much of a conversation on it so far.
I'm certainly open to looking at it.
Okay, so I think we do want something a bit more detailed to come back to kind of give us a closer sense. Councillor Braithwaite, you're okay. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also support looking at it because I think it's the appropriate thing to do with the challenges that we face. I do like a lot of the data that has been put forward right now. What is more difficult to see in the numbers that are presented, because we have 2022 and 2023, which was not ideal. So it would be useful to have some understanding of prior years, which were where we were achieving higher revenues, and, you know, kind of scale them to where we're going. And then the chart that shows where there's medium to likely improvement of revenues, if we could get the scalability of that, or the trajectory of understanding of how far a reach do we have to get back to where we were, just so that we could understand where we're more fully what we're discussing.
Okay, I think the wording of the motion is going to be important so that we're clear about what we're going to asking. So I think this makes sense just to give. We don't need a motion then to. You'll just come back next week with a proposed motion, and we'll deal with it at that point. Okay, thank you for that. And I'm just going to say on the record here, I do support that approach. I think we do have an obligation to look at fiscal realities and what that might look like. I certainly would. I'm loath to look at any service changes over time. Obviously, we have different rec services that pop up and go down over time, but I think one of the things that makes us a highly attractive community is our Parks, Rec, and Culture services, and I think we have to be very careful in that. I mean, it makes us one of the things that makes people willing to pay the high prices for housing and so forth is the fact they have access to some of these services, and so we have to be careful about how we change those. But so I think this report makes sense to me. Okay, so no motion required there then. Anything? But I appreciate you taking the time to craft something for us for consideration. Any other questions of Parks, Rec, and Culture at this time? I don't see any. Okay. Thank you for that. Is there anything else that came through today that people are just interested in getting information back next week or giving any direction to? I had a couple of thoughts based on some of the conversations. I guess one of the questions I just wanted to have clarity for, and maybe I can come back next week, but we talked during the community building and planning discussion around this idea of efficiencies and pieces. I'm curious about whether or not the provincial grant that just came through is something that we could use for something like that, for funding services like that. So maybe if we could just bring that back next meeting into just some clarification, because that might make it easier for us to find some funding for that. So can we just leave that with staff to find that out if we can by next? Maybe the problems won't provide the clarity, but if they can, that would be, I think, helpful. And I guess the other question I think I would really like an answer to is, can we increase our building permit fees to help cover some of the costs and put some of those increased costs in building and planning back into those fees? And I was just looking at, if we did so right now, just for those who don't have it on the screen, we had in 2022 our actuals were $818,592. The budget for fees this year is $717,000, so we're looking at a decline in those permit fees. If that was kept the same as the actuals, that would bring $100,000. And Mr. Paine, I think, just correct me if I'm wrong on that, that would shift $100,000 over into off of taxes onto permit fees if we just sort of treated the last year's actuals as this year's projections. We could even be more aggressive on that and move it from the $818,000 and add inflation to that, which is say 7%, would move it to $875,000, which would add about $158,000 from taxes onto the thing. So I would just like to understand, I guess, clarity about what that impact would look like. And we also appreciate that we're a third of the way or a quarter of the way into the year, so there may be some option. It may not be able to move 100%, but I just look at those costs and the intention of building and planning to largely cover their costs. And I think having so much of it, almost 100% of these costs, when it is permit related, shifted onto the taxpayer doesn't seem like the right model for us to be looking at. So, Mr. Paine, I don't know from your perspective how you would like a motion to that. They're not to make those changes, because I don't think that's the right thing, but just to, what do we need to kind of just at least get the information back about the viability or the impact of some of those of that? Is that something we can just bring back next week, or do you want a motion?
Oh yeah, Your Worship. I think that's a simple enough request that we won't require a motion. It's just we're taking information down, information requests as we've been going along today, and we can add that to the list.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I had one last question to go back as well. I was trying in my head remember, because one of the great good news stories we've had over the last couple of years is we council invested in an occupational health and safety officer, which is I know significantly impacted our work health and safety, which is number one. But it's also impacted our insurance costs. But my recollection is I know it's largely paying for itself now because of the reduced cost, but the inflationary cost of the insurance has still gone up enough that our costs are still, we haven't not actually reducing anything, our net budget. It's just one of those ones where there's that line item cost essentially doesn't match inflation because we've had other offsetting pieces. Is that correct? I'm not missing something that we didn't forget to add the impact of that occupational health and safety investment, Mr. Paine?
Yeah, Your Worship, it is integrated in. Basically, the district premium has gone down as a result of that, but the industry premium has overshadowed that.
Yeah.
So the net impact of that has been integrated into the budget.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that was correct. Okay, thank you. Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, as a follow-up on the comments you've just made, I suppose I was going by the assumption that when the labor costs rise for the district, that labor costs that are a component of the fees that we charge in any of the departments are adjusted to reflect those wage increases. Is that, in fact, the case?
Paine?
Your Worship, the answer differs slightly depending on the service being provided. So solid waste, for instance, we integrated the labor increases to solid waste fee into the garbage user fee. It's 100% cost recovery. Land use applications are not 100% cost recovery. There's differing reasons for that. And then there's also a volume component to it as well, where solid waste is perfectly predictable. We can just go grab the money. Building permit, it takes a prediction of the volume of permits and capacity we have to process those permits as well. So it's a bit more complex. And building permits in particular, they rise according to construction costs. So there's not a natural connection to labor costs, but I would say definitely a correlation there.
For that question, Councillor Green?
Yes, thank you. And following up on that, Mr. Paine, would it be possible when you look at, when we look at the permit fees in Oak Bay, is it possible to compare us to other similar sized municipalities in the region? Only because I'd be curious to know where we fit across the region in terms of cost of permits and that kind of thing. If that's not possible, then I fully understand, but that would be helpful too. Thank you.
Mr. Paine?
Your Worship, yeah, and I think what's being requested for next week is a general comment on what our capacity is to increase permit fees, whether it's a possibility and what the potential of that is. And so we'll answer yes or no, provide a bit of context there as well. But when permit fees actually come forward for adoption and consideration, that's when a more fulsome analysis would be provided, which would include a market comparative. And that's especially appropriate for land use fees because we know they're not cost recovery. So there is a market comparison component to where we set those fees to be.
Thank you. Councillor, any other questions or comments to wrap up? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the appropriate time just to ask about process going forward, and just, I guess, particularly with the slide that was presented today on page 28 with the ways to reduce tax increase. I would just, for information purposes for myself and perhaps the public, just to know, will we be having, conversations today or next week or next meeting around that?
Bring it back up on screen, Mr. Paine. I think it's good to at least start the conversation today because I think that they're actually really important questions. Thank you for circling back. I had sort of meant to do that and got so excited about all the... While you're bringing it up, Mr. Bowl, are you still here? He is.
I am there, yes.
I just wanted to pass something on. I might as well do it in a public forum. I was meeting with... I was at the groundbreaking event for the new Indigenous Law, National Center for Indigenous Law, that's starting up at UVic, which is in Oak Bay, and I was there representing us at that meeting, and I was talking to the to the construction firm who are based out of, they're a national firm. Their BC offices are out of Burnaby. And they were speaking very, very highly about, they said they were exceptionally pleased with the professionalism and the responsiveness of your department. And so I appreciate sometimes the lag of building permits and these things we talk about a lot. It's often very negative because it's just that everybody wants everything right away. But I think it's worth just reflecting as well that the professionalism of that staff contingent was recognized by a body that does very, very large projects all over Canada, and really made a point of singling out how pleased they were working with you, which is not the first time I've heard that from people working on larger projects. So thought I'd share that with you while we were bringing up this other slide. So thank you for that and your staff's work.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll pass that on to the building officials.
Great, thank you. There, I filled in the gap. Go ahead, Mr. Paine.
Thank you, Your Worship. To answer the question by Councillor Smart, what I envision next week is to have a specific list of direction that we're looking for from council. Part of that was addressed by Councillor Appleton in terms of service levels in the Parks, Rec and Culture. In reference to this slide, we would ask specifically, does council wish for us to apply non-market change as a reduction to the tax increase? Does council wish for us to project an extra $50,000 in permit revenue? And then would probably be general as in terms of, does council wish for us to reduce the taxes in any other way? And please identify those ways, and those ways are, options are here. We wouldn't presume which one of those you would want or if you would want to do those, but we would certainly ask that question.
You know, I think we don't have to answer this permanently right now, but I think it might be worth going around the table to see where people are feeling, if they have any opinions. So if you're amenable, Councillor Patterson, are you okay if we just go around the table? Have you had a chance to think about these at all? Just if you can kind of run through them where you're sitting.
I would like to bring down the rate if we could. I think we have to look at where we can do it where it has the least impact on people. So definitely like to see us increase that if we can. The delay of the staffing, I see that being problematic for future years, so we're just kicking the can down the road, and it doesn't feel right. And I think there would be also limitations on what we could achieve if we postpone staffing. So I think that one is probably not doable. The reducing the tax-funded portion of the sewer levy. I would potentially look at that. And the COVID, using the COVID restart grant, I would, I can see why it isn't recommended, but then it would really be based on the trajectory of when we anticipate improvements in Parks and Rec. If it's going to take several years, then that would be difficult. If it's a shorter term than that, then although it's not recommended, I would look at it. And reducing service, I'll listen to what staff have to say, but I think it's very tough to reduce service in most of the areas because our budgets are just under such pressure. And yeah, I think we will probably land here at higher than some of the other districts within the region, and we just have to have a strong communication plan of what we are doing and the rationale for it. And I think most residents have been supportive in the past years of increasing things like the water rates and the sewer rates so that we are capturing part of the capital component of that, and they understand that. Fortunately, we are starting work on some major projects this year, and I think what we really need is a good communication plan to articulate the benefits of perhaps being slightly higher than other members in this region, but of the need to do that, because if we fail to to actually implement the capital projects, our costs will, in all likelihood, increase due to failure of systems. And so, on a balancing point, there is a sound rationale for following the course we're on, which I think we knew would place us at a bit higher level than in the region, but perhaps not at quite what we have what we started with this year. So, but if we could get at least below the 10%, I think that would be an ideal place to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Just cognizant of time, so I'm going to ask for shorter answers to the questions. Councillor Smart.
I think I can be very short because my feelings very much echo Councillor Patterson's. I'd love to see us just under the 10%. I'm quite comfortable with options 1 and 2, but I also am concerned about option 3, and so do also skip to 4 and 5 for more information. So yeah, that's about where I land, but I'm really empathetic to where the community is at, and I'd really like to see us under that 10% if we can.
I'll be quick too. I'd like to see us under 10. I agree with option 1. Option 2, if we can increase that a little bit. I don't mind option 3. I think that would be okay. The reduce the tax funded portion of the sewer levy, I'm okay with that as well. I mean, I wish, like City of Victoria, we had parking things that we could increase the parking and then we would get, but we don't have that because we don't charge parking, which is a lovely thing for us. But yeah, no, we're not going to start. And reduce service, I'm really have difficulty with that one, but we'll wait to see what staff comes back with.
Committee of the whole, I'll just insert myself into this little line across here because my opinion isn't any more important than anybody else's. I do feel like I could I could justify to the community if we look at sort of a inflationary impact of 6.9%, and yet we also add the 2.5%, that puts us up around 9.5%. I feel quite comfortable that that's reasonable, and you could say, well, maybe we shouldn't be putting more money into capital, but to Councillor Patterson's point, that's pennies wise, pound foolish, because if we don't get in front of it, our costs are that much bigger in the long term. So that's my in my mind, just so you know, that's kind of my goal as to how do we get there. I'm fine with supporting the option 1. I think this is exactly the kind of year when we can consider those kind of pieces. I appreciate it's not best practices, but I do feel like that's a reasonable way of going about it. I do think as I already pointed out, I think we'll get back what our options are for building permit revenue. I know it's good to be conservative, but I also think we can be quite realistic that we could look at the fee structure as well as the volume, so to achieve some of that goal. I'm also okay with the 150,000 new staff funding until 2024, and I say that never supporting partial funding in a year that you're going to use it. I think the position that we've taken now of actually funding, but actually saying we're not actually filling that position until 2024, so putting that in the 2024 budget, I'm actually fairly comfortable with. And then the other ones I don't like. I appreciate that, but that's really just, it's not changing anything other than the allocation. And I still feel that there's a value of having portions of the sewer levy on taxes because it allows it to be deferred. The COVID-19 Restart Grant usage, I feel it's still a little bit early with Parks and Rec to start pulling that out. And I just fundamentally don't like using grants to offset operational increases. And reduction of service, always I think we have to look at what services are we providing, but I think that's a conversation writ large that does not so much for in this budget that I would just say that's where I'm at with these pieces. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Worship. Be very brief. Certainly options 1 and 2, definitely be in that category. I also concur with your comments about trying to stay as close to certainly the forced growth component plus the infrastructure component that we've been investing in for a number of years. Those two things are just static. So essentially we're starting from, I think I'm in agreement that we're starting from sort of an 8.5 or 8.75%. That's just sort of baseline in my mind. This is a year, option 3 is a potential option. This is a year that in my view, we need to make some hard decisions about the staffing ask and the additional FTEs that are in this budget. They represent a significant tax increase. I'm sure there's there's amply made cases for all of those positions. This may not be the year for all of that staffing. I think it's difficult to justify to the community. I think we have to be really careful about sharpening the pencil on that one. I think that we should cast our minds to deferring potentially a significant amount of the hiring. Thank you, Your Worship.
Appreciate the comments, Councillor Appleton. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
I agree with well, I think most of the comments I've heard. I would like to see it down below the double digit, and I would opt for option 1, option 2. My only concern with option 3 is that we talk constantly about capacity and that we don't have the capacity to do the things we want to do and deliver on the goals that we've identified. So I'm cautious about that one. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I'm saying I think we have to be, I think we have to proceed with the yellow light on that one. On the reduced tax funded portion of sewer levy, there are so many complaints about the utility sewer business and water, and I don't think I want to touch that one. And on the COVID-19 restart, I would need to think more about that, and reducing service again. Like all of you, we have to be thoughtful about that. I'm very interested in the $4.7 million that we have just received from the province, so that may cushion some of our concerns. But anyway, yeah, thank you.
We're 5 seconds away from ending, so I think we have a motion to adjourn at this point. We'll come back.
Move adjournment.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. And I know we're probably still streaming here, so thank you very much to staff on this one. I think, yeah, we're going to have some hard to start discussions next week as we try to go through this more fulsomely. Really appreciate, thank you everybody who was here tonight, answering the questions. Very helpful.